And we are live. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You could be watching from anywhere around the country or the world, and I really appreciate every single one of you. So, we have seen some very interesting situations today with the trials. We have the Diddy the Diddy trial, which has been quite a surprise to many people. We have the other one with Kohberger, his sentencing, because he took the plea deal, and now it is over with. So we had a very dramatic day regarding trials, and I'll be talking about my commentary about these things, and also regarding the other things, you know, are revolving around this situation. All right, so here we go. All right, hello everybody. It is me, Alien Spaceship. Hope everybody's having a good evening, good day, wherever y'all are. So, what I might start the game for a little bit while we have people come through. At the same time, I'll be making my commentary about this situation. So, with early this morning, I was watching the trial stream, and then we have the within an hour, nearly 2 hours, it seems that there was the rest of the verdicts came in, and he was only found guilty on mild charges with Diddy. This is why I always say, which I'll say throughout the stream, is a jury is unpredictable. You never know what a jury's going to do. Because people are saying he's going to be guilty, and just looking at the situations, if he did it or didn't do it, the jury can be unpredictable. Because this has happened to me before when I was like, this person's guilty, and they're innocent. Someone is clearly guilty, in my opinion, and they are found innocent, or vice versa. I'm like, wow, they really thought that. And we do have to respect the system of the United States, and I believe that God has the final say, and we have to just put everything in his hands, because I know many are upset about the Diddy situation, but he still will be locked up for quite a while. It'll be around October 8th, I think. That is when which we could go and read, when we go read the different updates, we'll see if that is correct, because I know it might be getting it mixed up with, there'll be a hearing about it on July, a couple of days after the 4th of July. It may even be the 8th. I'll be getting the dates a little bit mixed up, but yeah, it'll be October will be the sentencing, and a couple of days they're going to have a hearing about it around 10 a.m. their time over there in the East. So that is the situation with that one. It was quite as I've been saying before, the Diddy trial has been a spectacle for many different people. It's been quite a spectacle everywhere. So I think this day was even more of a spectacle. We had even more people showing up outside. Many people didn't think he was guilty of they were saying having a freak off is not RICO. And I knew, and other people were saying when they were dropping charges on him, that just showed a sign of weakness, because I don't know everything. Anything could go any way. Experts can be wrong. I do not consider myself an expert, but I do think that people, dropping charges like that right before the sentencing before jury deliberation is not the best idea. It's right before a holiday. I'm not saying that was an influence in it, and people are like, is it going to influence public opinion or not? And I'm just thinking, public opinion, they're not even supposed to know public opinion. They're just trying to see if something to them is guilty or not guilty. It doesn't mean he didn't do it. He didn't do those things or didn't do other things. The jury was not convinced. I will say that regardless of the situation with Diddy, Bryan Steele is extremely a very good attorney. I think that he has done excellent with the YSL trial, and he has 2 RICO cases under his belt that he won, and it was great to see him again in another trial. And we will it's really cool to see an attorney twice. Especially a famous one like that in two different cases. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see inside the courtroom, but we got to see outside courtroom and a lot of updates and sketches. So that's the situation with Diddy. And he was also denied bail. Judge denied him bail. So he might be in the jail for a little while, but nowhere near as long as people thought. And I know there will be eclectic opinions about why that was. All right. In addition to this, you had Bryan Kohberger, and they had the one I was watching at a couple of different cameras. They're pointed in different directions, in different parts of the courtroom. And then, he was pleading guilty because he took the plea deal. And the prosecution said the evidence that they have, that he did this because he didn't want to get the deletion penalty. And that is, what happened with that. And it's good that he's going to be locked up. It is unfortunate. I mean, some people are upset for the families, and some of the two families are upset because he gets to not get the death penalty, deletion penalty. Many people are upset about that, but I will say it is very good to be locked up, and I guess the families don't have to go through a trial and relive these things, but they will be. So he did it today. He was found guilty because he took the plea deal, and that was over with. So for two of those things that happened at the same time was very epic. I was listening to both these things at once, and both of the commentary from the two different groups, and wow, it was quite interesting. Quite interesting indeed. And what I'm going to do, as we are going to be having different people come through, I'm going to play the game as I continue this commentary. Alright. And here we go. Right now, playing our pirate game that we always play. Alright. Scared. Alright, here we go with the game. It is here. So I play the game at the same time I make the different commentary. Now, alright, so the game looks like it's connecting, and if it doesn't connect, that is fine, but it is ready to go. Okay, so now we're going to bring this out here. Alright, so now we'll continue the conversation on Diddy while we do this. Okay. Let's see. Alright, here is the pirate game that I play while I do these commentary. Let's see. I want to do something here real quick. Let's see. Let's put a space here. Okay. Alright. Alrighty, so Sean Diddy Combs, as we were talking about, he was accused of doing the sex trafficking Also, the prostitution. That's something he was found guilty of, but as I said, it's very light. And many different people were outside the courtroom. Now it looks like, oh, look at that. It's pretty cool they have a cannon on that ship, but they didn't have that before. And I don't know what that is. It must be a different type of ship. This one's the one we usually use. Yeah, so as I said, I think that he had a very good legal team with Diddy. He had a very good legal team. And by having a good legal team, he he had 7 attorneys on his side. He was, he was able to get himself out of the situation. Now, if somebody is found not guilty in something, that does not mean that they weren't actually doing something wrong. It's just that the jury was convinced that they didn't do it. So as I said, he had an excellent legal team. I'm most familiar with Bryan Steele, maybe the lead attorney too, but not as much. So that is something that certainly occurred. That basically, like with the attorneys, they will go and try to convince a jury that somebody is innocent. And as I said, they're not necessarily innocent, but they just try to convince a jury that they're innocent. But that, as I said, doesn't mean that they're really innocent. So yeah, and I do think that it's best to go by facts and stuff in a trial, and not so much by emotion. Because when you try to do things with emotion and not prove logical explanations for why they think a certain way, that would be a good reason to have that speculation. So yeah, so that's why it's good to stick to facts. Because say somebody will make an argument, a prosecution will make an argument, and then it could be something that's irrelevant. Something's irrelevant to a case, then it might cause some doubt. Yeah. So as I said, with Diddy, he was not as popular as Johnny Depp, or as well liked as Johnny Depp because of the scandals around him. So this is why, and of course it's a very different situation, and I don't think, who was obviously, Amber Heard was a very bad actress, and she wasn't able to cause an emotion in people where they would, not just an emotion, because she just wasn't likable. Another thing is the way she covered up her alleged, the alleged bruises she had looked like nothing, So yeah, just, I'm comparing it to that, but it's not the same situation. And then they're saying how this would affect the Me Too movement. And it looks like that movement seems to be backfiring. Now, as I said, I do believe there are women that are abused and stuff. And I'm not saying in this situation there wasn't abuse, because obviously you could see the video of him being attacked. And him attacking her. So certainly, like what the judge said, he's not best for society, so this is why he didn't grant bail for Diddy, because he's, it was kind of shady. So some people think that he'll go right back to his freak-offs. As I said, they have to prove that something was not consensual. They were together for a couple of years, quite a while. I'm not saying that she wasn't forced, but this is what the jury's view of it was. So when the burden of proof is on the state, they have to go and prove it. This is the same situation that happened at the Reed trial. They had to put the burden of proof on the state to prove something that you can't really prove. So it's kind of a a lost cause in a way, but anything is possible. Why it's always good to fight your case. Yeah. So, all right. So we're a bunch of pirates taking out these ships. Yeah. So as I said, this is one of the most interesting. This is one of the most historical and fascinating trial days in the histories. All right. So we're going to be hitting this ship. Oh, this is certainly a armada fighting another armada. An armada of pirates fighting another armada. Yeah. A lot of Diddy's family members, were having reactions inside the courtroom and outside the courtroom. They're about to go and get some lunch, and then all of a sudden, they find out there's a verdict. I knew there, and I predicted there'd be a verdict around the time it would take about an hour or less. I thought it was going to be even less than an hour. I mean, I thought it was quite ridiculous that it would be anything longer, like the whole day. No, you got to remember there's also a holiday going on. So, as I said, I don't think that they rushed it necessarily, but could they have been peer pressured? There's been some theories about them bribing the jury somehow. Yeah, so I said Bryan Steele, like in a chat, we were all like cheering on Bryan Steele, regardless of like what the thoughts are on Diddy himself, because he was such a great attorney at what he did. All right. So all these ships are going downhill because they're going after us because we are the bounty hunters. The bounty hunters are going after the pirates with the skull and crossbones that they go after the skull and crossbones pirate group. Be a matter of time before we. Let's see, where's the other ones are kind of out there. They're docking. And we're almost at the full max. All right, so you have one here, and we're going to go fire at some other ones. I like the design of that ship. Looks kind of like a Greek ship or like a pirate ship. Like not the Greek or Vikings. I meant Vikings because pirate and Viking are the same word. It means the same thing. Looks like some more bounty hunters and some Timu Sheen bounty hunters are coming inbound. Shout to Mary Toodles. Alright. And it looks like they're running away, it looks like. It's funny. But they're just like going along the other ships. Yeah. We will continue to provide the updates on Diddy as time goes on. Yeah, so it looks like the Armada has fleed. Or not flee, but they're about to go dock. These ships are hostile. There's attacking me. I'm scared. Get at a safe distance. And with Bryan Kohberger, you could see how he had such a cold face to him. He had such a cold face, and he certainly, his eyes especially the windows to the soul are completely unwelcoming. Completely unwelcoming. Alright, it looks like they're going to all attack, so we have to get ready in position for it. Alright, so we're going to go this way, right here. We got the other ship, the Black Cat ship. I like that. So we got two ships right here, attacking the same one here. Now, Bryan Kohberger, a lot of people there, just like with Diddy. A lot of people at both trials. Saw a lot of our friends at the Kohberger trial. I mean, yeah, at the Kohberger trial. A lot of people that haven't been there in a long time. So I guess they watched the Kohberger thing from before and they want to see it. So it's nice to see them again. Because usually they used to be there. Okay. So now we're going to do this. We got one of our buddies coming through. He's going to go with the attack facts. Okay. All right, that ship's finished. Only has one more to go. They're going to get him. All right. So Kohberger was with his attorneys, and kind of we're seeing him talk for the first time. And yeah, he was, he had to, he pled guilty, as he said he would. Because, he had to judge like prosecution talk about their position on the matter too. And it's like, when the prosecution, if they want to try to prove that there was a case for his situation, okay. Alright, the bounty hunter is coming through. Going this way and now that way, okay. Hello, G. It is great to see you. Welcome. I hope that you're having a good day. It was very nice seeing you earlier at the Kohberger trial, and we had quite a few of our friends there that we haven't seen in a while, and some new people, a couple different groups. Now, alright, and G says, who is here today? I'm in the cell wanted. I'm gonna call, say hi while in urgent care. Okay, waiting our turn. Waiting on turn. Okay, prayers for situation, as always. And right now, the regulars are not, they may be lurking, there might be some lurkers, but the regulars are not here yet, for whatever reason, so it's just been me talking about the two different trials that we saw today. I hope everything works out well, G, and thank you for coming here and telling us hello. Yes. Yes, my Ruby. I started early, yes. I haven't done this really early ones in quite a while. So I was glad to finally get that done. Yeah, so I saw the... Well, basically what I do is I like to stay up very late and stuff like that. So I stayed up all the way until like the morning, and then to when the Diddy trial was on. And hello, Gloria. Hello there. Good to see you. And so, it was really cool. So, I was there right when it started. Right when it started. So, you had outside the courtroom, and Law and Crime was making commentary on... Hello, Kadeda. It is great to see you. Oh, welcome to the chat. Yeah, so getting my words mixed up here. I'm with Diddy's trial. was great watching the commentary about the from the Law and Crime. I figured it was going to not take too long for there to be a verdict. It happened within an hour within each other. It just so when they went live, it was like a little bit over an hour later. They found the verdict, and with the Diddy situation, oh look, they have fireworks up in the pirate game. With the Diddy situation, I was always saying that a verdict is extremely difficult to figure out because sometimes the jury could be unpredictable. My ship will likely sink. I'll tell you all right now, likely will sink because I got squeezed in there, but I had a good fight. Sometimes I just go for the fight. But I'll try to save it. They say Tortuga. Alright, let's go to Tortuga. Let's see if we make it. Yeah. So with Diddy, he was found not guilty on a couple of the different charges, especially with Rico. But with the prostitution, he was, hurting around prostitutes. That is what he was, found guilty on. So basically, the judge denied Diddy bail. They're asking for $1 million bail, and they didn't get it. And it'll be October when his sentencing happens. He will be in there for probably, they said 1 to 7 years, maybe. So, thank you, G. I appreciate that, Jasmine. So it was so cool with the just watching it all unfold and the chat's reaction to it. And Bryan Steele has been a big favorite because of the YSL trial. Those that were there, like there's Woody, shout out to Woody, and that one was a big clown show last year. Ah, okay. Okay. Yeah. So he was over at the YSL one, and then now he did Rico. So he has 2 Rico cases under his belt that he was able to win. I think that was very. He said he was a very good attorney. I was saying to myself that Bryan Steele would have won the case because he's just so good at what he does. And I was right. He had a very good legal team. Because you have to. And G says Brian K is done now. Richins can't wait. Ah, okay. Richins is next. Okay, understood. So, with the sentencing of Diddy, it's going to be in October. It's going to be October, definitely. There's going to be a hearing about the Diddy trial a few days after the 4th of July. Okay, so let's dock the ship. All right. Now, Richins, I do not know exactly when that one will happen. I don't know when that will happen. Yep, so eventually they came out with the verdict in the way it did. And some people were upset. Other people were very happy because they supported Diddy. And a lot of people at the courthouse supported Diddy. Some people just supported Bryan Steele. So, and I was in my room when I was watching it. I had my phone on a thing, and I was like listening to it. And I said it's very interesting to see that unfold. Now, some people think that there is going to be people were bribed, they want to get out, and they didn't want to have a situation where they're going over for the weekend, having to keep on deliberating through the weekend. I could try to see when the Richards trial is. Give me a moment. Let's see. Going to see. Okay, so let's see. The Richens. Okay. Let's see, when is the Richens trial? When is... Alright. So here's the information about the Richens. Shout out to all of you. I appreciate y'all being here. Okay, so... Alright, so that is the Richens trial, when that will be. All right. So, I'm going to go over some of the Diddy updates. As I said, with Bryan Kohberger, he just had that demonic look in his eyes, and he had no emotion to him at all. And he agreed to plead guilty, and he pled guilty on all counts, and then they had the prosecutor prove why they thought he was guilty, and they do a disclaimer to him why they think he was guilty. Right? So that's the first part of the prosecution. Then they want to do a disclaimer to him and say, do you understand that this is going to happen, and you agree to this terms of pleading guilty? Because our system is very, giving people their rights. Even the criminals, they're given these rights, where you're not just locked up and there's just no trial or anything. You're given rights. You're given a situation where checks and balances, where they give you the right to plea or not plea, and understand that the person consents to pleading guilty. So I think that the system playing out was very cool to see. Dan Abrams went on Law and Crime and made commentary about the Diddy trial. He is the one that founded the channel and that company. It was interesting that he went there, and he was just making his commentary about Diddy with the way that the defense presented their case, the way that the prosecution presented their case, and like how the jury was thinking about the different stuff that was being brought to them. So that was something I thought was very, a nice surprise to see. Brought everybody together for trials. All right, so see some updates about it. Yes, so that is when the jury reached their verdict. So the jury reached a verdict on 4 through 5 counts, and just kind of go over it again. It was the federal jury in Sean Diddy's Combs trial reached the verdict. And today, after deliberating for roughly about 13 hours, the jury sent the note to the judge saying that they did not reach the verdict in count 1. That may have been from another day. Let's see. There is a newer one. Let's see, Diddy. Hey, Greg. Good to see you, buddy. So, as you know, Greg, Diddy was found guilty on the prostitution that he was doing, but not on the other counts that he did with the other stuff that they accused him of, the more worse crimes he was found not guilty in, especially with RICO. And I think that my commentary about it is that Bryan Steele was a big force to help the RICO problem in the trial. And he just had a very good legal team. And I always say the jury is unpredictable. And I watched it from when it first came on. It was quite wild. It was just see the chat and everything unfold. Let's see. Can be unpredictable. All right, so this is from 6 minutes ago. Combs' attorney maintains he did not sexually assault anyone. Tenny Gregos, one of Sean Diddy Combs' attorneys, maintained that the music mogul has not sexually assaulted anybody after the verdict in his federal criminal trial. Quote, I also have been saying this since the beginning in this case. Sean Diddy Combs, he says, did not sexually assault anyone. I've been saying this for months, and we've said it with each lawsuit that came out that was proven true. The media got it wrong about Sean Combs every single day for nearly 2 years. She said today outside the courthouse, quote, he is not sexually assaulted anybody, certainly has had sex trafficked anybody, and the jury found today, she added. Combs was found guilty of 2 counts, transportation to engage in prostitution, but was acquitted for most serious charges such as racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking. You know, on Law and Crime, there is this prosecutor that was on the panel a couple of days ago, and he was saying that maybe it was last week that it's important to have a RICO because you could get them on a broad spectrum of different things. But I will argue that it's a very terrible thing to use. It's sort of like, say, if you're going to use people being racist all the time, like everything's racist, for instance, or everything is sexist. If you use that too much, people are not going to take it seriously when somebody is actually, being discriminated against through racism when it actually happens, or if something misogynistic or bigotry actually occurs. You know, when you use a term so much, it just becomes irrelevant. Sort of like with the Me Too movement, I think it. So I'm not saying that Diddy wasn't guilty of like what he was doing, but like when people will go and like with Amber Heard, I think Amber Heard did a very blunt, a very damaging blow to that movement, and anybody that would try to come after her, people are going to be suspicious. Although Diddy was not like popular and well liked as Johnny Depp, because Diddy seems more of like the establishment of the NWO. A lot of people have conspiracy theories about him in various different ways. So, and also the video of him like attacking Casey was not a good thing, a pleasant thing. Now, is it relevant to the? It could be a factor in saying that he was forcing her to stay with him. That could be an argument that could be made. But the other arguments that you have where he, so that they're his defense. So what his defense would try to argue is that he can't be, that is irrelevant to racketeering or RICO. Like those two things wouldn't equal each other. So there could be like a strawman argument, and as I said before, that not denying that he did something that was wrong, but you have an emotion invoked when you see something like that. When you see a child or a woman getting hurt, it's an emotion that's evoked. It's a truth. So the point about the RICO, like with YSL, is another blow to it, because these people, in my opinion, which I believe that they were maybe not perfect, but they were innocent of the crimes that they were being accused of. But this, with that RICO, there is no evidence that there is RICO going on with YSL. There is absolutely no evidence at all for it. There's just people in a picture with shooting some signs up, and they're saying that that was RICO. Anything could be RICO, especially when that prosecutor on the show was saying that, it's RICO when in our broad, you get a lot of people on a broad spectrum of things, and all that you have to do is convict them on one thing. It just becomes irrelevant. You're just using the RICO as a tool to convict somebody, when if they did a crime that was wrong, just get them on that. Like as I said, like with Kohberger, it's clear as day he did it. With the thing he bought on Amazon, to the look in his eyes, to his interest in criminology that he probably used for something nefarious. All these different factors, yeah, he just totally was guilty. Say someone like Bundy, like there's like you don't really have to work too hard, or Monica Cementelli. Like sometimes it's just clear as day that somebody did something. So if it's either they're good at hiding it, like Al Capone, for instance, he was so good at what he did, like they couldn't get him on anything with tax evasion. So that's all they could get him on. So it doesn't mean someone didn't do something wrong, but it's in these courts you got to prove something. So, as I said, the jury made the decision they made, and there's going to be a mixed response. And I do believe that Diddy's reputation has been tarnished, and I hope that he changes for a better direction. And he talks about God a lot, and his family prays for him and stuff. So I do hope that he can see the errors and the things he did wrong, and just for everybody's sake, just be a different, better person. Hope that we all can improve. So I do think that, especially someone like him should improve too. So, because it is what it is, he'll probably be released at some point in time. But as I said, the jury's unpredictable. People kept saying guilty, 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 and I played along, like, in the sense where I like to play with the jokes. I love the jokes and memes about things. So I play with these jokes and memes and talk about it with chat. But I always say though, that jury can be unpredictable. This is a situation. People are making predictions that he was going to be found guilty of the crime, and on racketeering, and on he's going to be guilty, guilty, guilty. But as I said, these juries are unpredictable, and they're not being influenced by us in the outside world, usually and hopefully. They're just looking at what they think is true or false and their opinion about the case. And as I said, another thing about selling a product, like say like I'm going to like Apple doesn't sell a computer, they sell innovation. They sell creativity. Tesla sells the future. They don't sell a car. So that is another thing, that it's good to be likable. And as I said, Bryan Steele, very charming. He hugs his clients. He keeps up with them very closely. He treats them like family. People see that. That's why we all like Bryan Steele, because of his way he is with people. But if you go and it's not just about is a person guilty or not guilty. It's about how they present the case and who they are as a person and everything. So as I said, it is what it is. And Kohberger didn't want to get shot. He was scared. So that was a situation with Kohberger. It's those lives lost at such a young age, including his, that he could have been. He was like with Bundy, very smart. He could have used the intelligence for something else. Like say that the Bundy story, the Ted Bundy story, is basically to not do what that guy did and use that skills for something good, and not like what that guy did. That's like the point of all these people you see in these trials that like did something wrong, like Monica Cementelli. It's best to get a divorce if they don't want to be with the person anymore, and just like think about the outcome of what could happen if you were to do a crime. So that is the point that people miss. Like, so Kohberger should have studied and been something great, but he just wanted the destruction. And like what Abby was saying yesterday, that some people just want to delete people and do homicide, and they don't care. It's just something they like. It's a hobby to them. And as I said, but in the long term, it's just not really good. Now there's different debates about life and the deletion penalty. And with the deletion penalty, I like to call it, when somebody goes through that, it's over with. But then again, you're getting like kind of like tormented on a device, but it's not also, probably wouldn't feel too good either. In life in prison, the person doesn't have to get through, I'm trying to think of the word, has to get executed. All right, the person doesn't have to get executed, but the situation is they'll have to be in life in prison, and they'll just be a senior citizen in prison. They'll be, he's 30, he's going to spend the rest of his life in prison, which is good. That's great. He deserves it. He got what he deserved. And he'll be a senior citizen in there, and he'll probably look back and say he could have just done something different. So you don't have to do stuff like this. And there's no appeal with a plea. Now, we were talking before about with a plea deal, that or Jamie was asking me, can you get an appeal for a life sentence? And that's true, you can. But, and that is true what I said. But with a plea deal, there is no appeal. So it's interesting. We're not going to be able to see a case about this. So with Kohberger, but we were all there to watch that one time thing. Yeah. So as I said, I stayed up real late, but I just decided it was already early in the morning anyway, so I just stayed up to the morning to watch the Diddy thing, and I had the phone down, I was listening to it at the same time and laying down. Then I eventually went back. I was listening to it. Then I went back to the chat, and then I went to the other chat, the Kohberger chat. So it was a very crazy day today. Very crazy day. All right, so some points about the Diddy trial that I'll be saying throughout the stream is, oh, hello there, True Crime. It is great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I'm requesting FOI files tonight. Oh, okay. That's cool. Okay, so I was reading something for a second, but now I am back. Yeah. So yeah, that's very good. You're doing that, True Crime. Do you have any? My question for you, True Crime, is: have you been keeping up with Diddy and Kohberger? I'm curious. So it said bail has been denied for Sean Diddy Combs. He was denied bail after a jury found him guilty. Hello, Sharon. It's great to see you. Welcome to the chat and True Crime. Appreciate all of you very much. Hello there. And bail denied. Sean Diddy Combs was denied bail after a jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution this morning. The judge cited Combs' history of violence and past illegal conduct while explaining that the decline release Combs as he awaits sentencing. All right, Sharon. So there is it looks like there is a lot of free Deke today. A lot of free Deke. Oh, you streamed it today. That's excellent. And you have a very good channel. True Crime Lullabies is a very good channel, by the way. And so shout to her. I streamed it today. My day has consisted of True Crime, Diddy, BK, and Steven Steams. Oh, you're on a roll, True Crime. That's awesome. Shout out to you. Yeah, Sharon. Yeah, so basically, my commentary about Diddy, as I've always said throughout this entire thing, is that Diddy, a jury's unpredictable. You can't predict what a jury's going to do. A lot of people, a lot of streamers that I highly respect, see on the platform, are saying that Diddy was going to be found guilty on RICO. Like at least one charge. It would get him. A lot of people are saying he's going to be guilty, and I like to play along with the jokes and the memes. Because I don't know how well some would believe if I said he was going to be either found not guilty on every single thing or just 1 or 2 things. And that's what I thought. And what I do say is that the jury is unpredictable. Right, Sharon. He was going to probably have a freak off tonight. He was going to have a freak off finale with free Deke for all. I think what he said, I could be a rumor, but I think he said that he was going to give the jury a party, a freak off party, or some sort of a party if he was found not guilty. Or that was probably something made up, but that would be kind of interesting. Like, he's going to be with the jury, and they're going to be freaking off. I mean, he would give free Deke. That's something that he's good at giving. And especially the victims that were claiming they were assaulted by him and stuff like that. Especially the abuse that they were saying that they claimed to have experienced. It must be like a nightmare. He was stunned. Yeah, so with Diddy, he was extremely like I was there in the morning, like right when it started, because I stay up all night because I'm an alien. A Frog, buddy, it's great to see you, friend. Shout out to you, man. Remy, oh, I'm being spoiled right now. Hello, Remy. It's great to see you too, and we are reviewing the Diddy and Kohberger trials right now, interchangeably. All right, so the I was up this morning and we were watching the. As I said, I wasn't up this morning. I just stayed up the whole night. I just stayed up the entire night until the morning because that's just what I do. And I'm like, I'm like, it's already time for it to be starting, so I'm just gonna go watch it. So with Diddy, yeah, yeah. Shout out to you, Remy. So, and some people, as I said, are for Diddy. Some people are against Diddy, and everybody has their opinions about it. But as I said, the jury's unpredictable. As people are going to say that he was going to be not guilty, but not. I don't know. People know what they're talking about. I would think that was probably going to be not guilty on everything, or guilty on some things, or he was going to be guilty on a lot of things. It just depends. But Bryan Steele is very good at his craft. Very good at his craft. And there's also, as I said, the Me Too movement, and there was these other things that may have discouraged a jury. So it doesn't mean that they were not abused, but it's possible the way that they presented the case could have caused the jury to not be convinced about what they were saying. So, for instance, some points that were made, and as I said, I'm making these points about why the jury may have chosen the decision that they made, and I'm going to say things from different perspectives. So, here we go. Buckle up. So, basically, they think possibly that since she was with him for a long time. So, what the jury thought, I know, Sharon. So basically, what the jury thought was they will see that she stayed with him for a very long time, and that they thought that the actions were consensual. The freak offs were consensual, so they were convinced that it was a consensual freak offs. And I think what they may have thought was obviously, yeah, the abuse that she was enduring in that video, it does seem like he was trying to. We wouldn't put it past him to hold her hostage, or to force her to do things. So yeah, I see. I understand what you mean, Sharon. Now it's the way that the defense probably did it was that incident may have been irrelevant to a RICO charge or relevant to a freak off. That they may have thought they're trying to and not excite an emotion in people to think a certain way. So that was something that they may have thought that they're trying to be manipulative. But I do agree that, someone's being, I don't know, literally, they used to have a saying, which some of y'all might know, is that kicking your arse down the block. That's basically what Diddy did to Casey. And I don't know what was going on for it to get that heated. And, as I said, basically, they were trying to focus on the charges that he was charged with. But as I said, you could come up to the conclusion that he possibly could, you wouldn't rule it out that he could be trying to force her to be with her. At the same time, they might have been concerned that it was inauthentic to the other things he was being charged with. Another thing I was pointing out before, and I know y'all keep asking the questions. I will get to them in a moment. Thank you for the engagement. So basically, you have this situation where a prosecutor last week was saying that RICO charges are great because you could get them on a broad spectrum of things, and all you have to do is get one thing, scared, one thing to get them convicted. Now, with YSL, it completely failed. Like you have all these friends in a picture together hanging out, and they think that that's Rico right there. It's like that's Rico. It's like you take a snapshot of the chat, or take a picture of the pirate that's sitting on the screen right now and say it's Rico. That doesn't make any sense. So it's possible that Rico's become irrelevant. Like you say certain political terms, or say there's like the Me Too movement, or these different things, or say, oh, this is racist and that's racist, this other thing is racist, and some people used it. There's racism, that's true, but when people will go and use any kind of term too much, it becomes irrelevant when something actually happens. So it's possible that they thought that the Rico thing, they're just trying to get him on anything. They try to cause a manipulation to happen where they would think that he was guilty on some things. Not saying he wasn't, he probably was, but the way the defense painted the picture, they were able to make it look like he was not responsible for these things that they were accusing him of. Now, he was found guilty on hurting, I'm calling it hurting around prostitutes. As I said, like, Bryan Steele is an excellent attorney. He dealt with YSL, and he dealt with this one. So he's very good at what he does. And you have True Crime says, if he gets 10 years, he should have to serve 8.5 years. He won't. Yeah, I was seeing another streamer earlier, Myron, he was saying that it would take about maybe 1 to 7 years. Some people said in the chat 1 year in good behavior. Now, there's theories about were the people in the chat trying to, not the chat, were people in the jury bribed? Did they just want to go home? Were they afraid of what he would do to them? So, as I said, I'm not denying he didn't do anything, bad, or he was guilty of it. A lot of times when, like, somebody is guilty of something, they can make it look a certain way where they're not guilty and use some tricks and stuff. So, as I said, it's up to you, the audience, to decide what you think. And it is fine with me, whatever it is. But, yeah, so you have a lot of diverse opinions about it. And there's a lot of people outside the courthouse. And then you had Dan Abrams come out of nowhere, who founded Law and Crime, and he made commentary about it. Yeah, he just came out of nowhere and joined the bandwagon about it. And, yeah, he was just kind of saying the things that I'm saying about it. Like the perspective of the jury and what they thought and the way the defense carried out the way they did it. And also prosecutor. That has to be a big blow to the prosecution. Yeah, he would be getting the... she said hope drops, so Remy says he deserves to be free, and then Sharon says hope he drops the soap. Scared. We could all agree on that the soap is probably from Shein or Temu. And he may or may not have to register as a SO. Oh, yeah. I mean, and remember, his entire reputation has been tarnished by this. And as I said, the comparison with the Johnny Depp trial. Now, Johnny Depp was much more popular, well-liked, and Amber Heard, and the trial was televised, and Amber Heard was, she got some makeup and put some makeup on her face, and she was just like, oh, look, I got hit in the face, but she didn't get hit in the face. And then what she did was, that happened. That was a blow to the Me Too movement. I'm not saying women are assaulted. They are, obviously. As I said, Casey was knocked down the street, was kicked down the block, as they say. Kicking your arse down the block, as they say. And so you have so it does happen. But when it's used to all the time, these things are blundering their movements. So, yeah, it's a combination of social factors. It's really, like, people are saying, one of the questions from Law and Crime was that, do you think that they're influenced by public opinion? They're, like, locked in a vault, in another dimension, in a bubble. They don't even know what's going on out there, or they shouldn't be. So, with the jury, they do not know what's going on. And as I said, it's all about how, like, Bryan Steele, very charming, he's very nice to his client, and they're all comforting his client, and they could all see that. And Diddy's reaction, he was praying and praising God, they were saying, and he was on his knees and getting very emotional, and he fell on the floor. He made a big scene out of it. And also his family was, deep in emotion also, because his family was about to go to brunch, and guess what? They find out there's a verdict, so they have to go back to the trial. And as I said, just incredible waves of emotion. And Sharon asks, didn't people testify doors were locked at the freak-offs? Correct. Yes, Sharon, that's true. Now, the thing about that is the defense can argue that they consented to be there and they're having an alleged good time and they wanted to do it, where you have to, say they could show a picture of her getting beat up by him, which I think that was very, if he was innocent or guilty, that was just for him to do that. I don't know what caused him to get that angry, but that was inappropriate for him to do that. But still, you got to go by, they could show a picture of them together happy and say, oh, look, they were consensual. Or you could say a picture of them beating her up and say, oh, look, he was doing this. So as I said, it's all about, what kind of lens that we're viewing it in. So, yeah, but that is why the jury came to their conclusions. And as I said, this is powerful that the New York District Attorney was beat on this. That is just, as I said, I thought something like this would happen because there's cases that I've seen. Yes, entrapment. Yes. So there is so many situations where you will have when I myself watching trials. I am not a professional. I never went to college. I learned a lot from people in the chat that went to law school and stuff. So, and people on the show. So shout out to them. But I'm just an amateur. But from my observation, I have watched the jury. Okay, I've watched the jury, and I have watched I'm like, this person's guilty of sin, without a shadow of a doubt, and it comes back as innocent. There's another time I'm like, this person is completely innocent, like the woman that allegedly deleted her husband in Georgia, that she dragged his body all the way across the yard into the woods by herself and wanted to ruin her nice life to go to jail because she wants to be with someone else. I think she did not do it, because for her to have done it, it would have been, now unless that the other guy was an accomplice and she had some help doing it, it's possible. But I just do not think that. I think the sons probably did it. But the reason why the jury was convinced was because the emotion that was invoked by her doing an adulterous action. So, yeah, they're going to not like her for that and think she's dirty for that. And also, maybe she was doing like what Monica Cimatelli did. So, and then we have been seeing cases lately where wives are deleting their husbands. So, yeah, it is quite feisty stuff going on. So, there's been times like there is this roommate from 2006 that was murdered. And the girl, I say, clearly did it. I mean, it couldn't have been the milkman. Or could have been the milkman, possibly, but I thought it was her at that time. And she was found innocent. So as I said, I'm just like, oh, innocent, okay. So when people are saying Diddy's going to be guilty, the media was like, and everybody else was like, okay, Diddy is this, Diddy is that. And he was not as popular and well-liked. And there's a video of him beating up a woman. So people are going to say that Diddy is bad by default. So what the jury did, they were not in that bubble. They're in a different bubble, and they were going, okay, let's see what this is going on here. So, as I said, he is wrong for doing that. He is shady, and he probably did these things, but his defense was extremely good at what they were doing, and the jury just did not feel right about what the prosecution was doing. As I said, it's all about how you present yourself. Oh, you grew up on the Georgia line. Yeah, shout out to Georgia. Georgia's a great state. Yeah, so, as I said, like, the Tesla sells the future. Apple sells creativity and innovation. When you're selling something, it's not about the product. It's about the emotion. So it's all about the emotion. Like you see, Bryan Steele walks in, all right, and Bryan Steele hugs Diddy, and everybody sees that. Or Diddy is emotional and he's broken, and his entire defense is patting him on the back and making him feel better. If the jury's in the room, they can see that. That also the way Diddy presented himself was not like Ryan Kohberger is a perfect, and Ted Bundy are examples of people that are just unlikable, okay? This is why Bryan Kohberger can't get a girlfriend. Like, that's why he had to do the sissy-fied action that he did. By the way, I mean, he did it where it was maybe difficult to figure out it was him, and he got out of the thing spotless, and he just completely was just like he took out all these people at one time. It was quite a task to achieve, unfortunately. So his eyes are just like the devil eyes, and he's just like, and he's just cocky, he's arrogant. Yeah, BK is an incel, so yeah, he just was unlikable. I mean, okay. So I would say that Wade Wilson, as they say, free Wade Wilson. All the hearts in the chat for him. So Wade Wilson, by the way, looks like a sumo wrestler. He looks like a Impa Loompa. He looks like a giant Easter Island head. He bloated like a Timu bloater. And I see what you're saying, True Crime. I'll get to what you're saying in a moment. And so all the women liked him. So that is similar to Bundy, where he was liked like Bundy was. So if Bundy's trial happened, and with the technology we have today, it would have been something like Wade Wilson's trial. Now, Kohberger had fans too. It probably would have been something kind of similar, but we will never really know for sure. But him, as I said, his vibes are off. He doesn't have a tear in his eye. He just has a cold, evil look in his eyes.
Is there another Amazon box?
As I tell you, the stuff was next door. I put it next door, in the office. If you need, in front of the refrigerator, maybe. If you need any help, let me know. I'll help you later. All right. So, yeah, he was an idiot, and people like a person out that's humble. And with Diddy, I don't know him personally. I don't know if he like what he's thinking in his mind, if he has regrets about what he did, if he feels he learned his lesson. I don't know. Only God can judge him, but he's like all emotional and he's broken and he's like gray haired and shriveled up. And people see that. But you see Bryan Kohberger and Wade Wilson too, and they had this like Wade Wilson had a smirk on his face the whole time. And he was just like they're so cocky, there's no emotion, they don't care. Like, especially Bryan Kohberger, he looks like an angry devil. Like he has legions of demons in him. Like, nobody's gonna like him. But say like Diddy does talk about God and praying. And I told you, it's up to God to judge him. I don't know if he repented or if he maybe changes, but if he, as I said, hopefully Diddy, for everybody's sake, changes and never does that again, and does a good contribution to society. But at the same time, it's good to have justice though for people that were hurt by him at the same time though. So, it's up to God to judge, and you can see the different types of ways that they present themselves. And True Crime says, we have a case right now, son beheaded dad, they let him out on bond till trial, it's insane. True Crime, that is absolutely insane. I told you, these people are unpredictable. It could be unpredictable. Wow. True Crime says, he has fans. People are already talking about writing him letters and sending money. Oh, God. It's just, these people, True Crime, I don't know, man. It's just, unless that I'm missing something, I think that's absolutely nuts. And Sharon says, where'd everyone go? G, Remy, Frog, hello. All right, so G was either lurking or she's at an appointment or something. Now, I started this stream a different time than I usually start it. That could have thrown people off, maybe, but maybe they're watching something or they're doing something. I don't know. A lot of people are lurking, to your surprise. There's a lot of people that lurk on these streams. Like, I'll get like 100 views on my live stream. So there's 100 people that are lurking watching it. So it really just depends on the circumstances, but maybe there's something going on they're watching, or maybe they'll be here a little bit later. A lot of times people come here around 7, 8 o'clock. I don't know. It could be a variety of different things, or what True Crime said. Right. So, and also So anyway, so basically with also Kohberger, I was so glad to watch it with all of you. I got to see Kathy Smith and Ellie, and I've not seen them in a while in Law and Crime. And hello there, the white man. It is great to see you, buddy. I hope that you are doing well. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, so, and also we'll say thank you, the white man, for your dono. I appreciate it. So, anyway, basically, with Diddy, they showed in these artistic depictions of Diddy where his eyes are just like the fear. You could see the fear. You could see all these different things in his eyes. And he has emotion to him. So Diddy has emotion. And the other person, he doesn't, I'll show you some Bryan Kohberger. This guy's ridiculous. All right, True Crime, thank you for coming here for a little while, and good night to you. All right. So this Bryan Kohberger, this double right here, let's see. Going to Google. Well, look at this guy. Like, all right. So look at this dude. Yeah, take care, True Crime. All right. So this is Bryan Kohberger, and look at those demon eyes. All right. He looks like he's about to go delete somebody. As I said, he did it. He did it. There's not a tear. There's not anything. He's just stone cold. Yeah, and there's E-Frog hanging out in the background. Yeah, scared. Skirt. Scared. Yeah, so that's Bryan Kohberger. That guy's, I said, no motion. All right. And that's the wrong window. It's supposed to be this window. I was supposed to put a new tab. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Now let's say Diddy in court. All right, so he allegedly fainted in court. Those are just like some AI images of it. And let's see, Diddy court not guilty sketch. All right, this is Diddy. This is his reaction in the court today, and we're gonna move alien spaceship right here. Come on. So that is Diddy's reaction. As I said, he's showing if he was guilty or not, whatever it is, he's showing emotion. And he had, complete fear. And, like, say he does stuff like this. Like, he has, like, an emotion to him. But this guy, there's, like, nothing there. Like, so I'm not saying that one is guilty, that he was, like, innocent. But, like, you would see, like, a jury's, like, watching, and people are watching these the characters. And, from this guy, like, murdered a bunch of college students. And that's his response. He just doesn't care. No sorry, no nothing. Oh, hello, Frog. Good to see you, buddy. And you have that. And this is him. Yeah, Sharon, absolutely. Absolutely. And that's him praying next to Bryan Steele. And they say situations like this get people closer to God. Where, like, when you're in a situation like this, you start praying. So, as I said, I hope he repents for real, and God can change him and make him into a different person. If he is truly changed, and if he gets out at some point, may he go down a path of doing better for society. But justice is important, though, at the same time, for people that were allegedly harmed by him. let's see, sketch. Let's see, does that work? That work. All right, this is another sketch when you see that's the look of fear in his eyes. And this was his attorneys huddled around him to, kind of help him feel better. And that was the look in his eyes, pure fear. That is what he felt. So, yeah, so these are some sketches. That's another sketch of him observing, the witness on the stand. She was getting emotional because of what happened. And that's Bryan Steele, and that's the legal team. So Bryan Steele, he did quite a great job with what he does, as I said, as Bryan Steele. And DIDDY. Yeah, so that is them together right there. Now we got 2 frogs in the chat. That's awesome. I love frogs. All right, and then you got, that's when he was with YSL. Right. Right. And then you have that right there. So, as I said, he got our boy Bryan Kohberger, and he's just stone cold right there. Okay, and going this way. Alrighty. Yeah, so that's another picture of him from another time. Those are his eyes, just nothing there, just scary. And this is the attorneys with Bryan Kohberger earlier today. That is his attorney. That is those two together, and it's that he just is looking around like a predator. Ah, he got your frogs confused. Yeah, so as I said, DIDDY will likely face up a year to 7 years in prison, and he'll be locked up. So similar to Bobby Shmurda. So I don't know if y'all know who that is, but that was somebody like in a couple of years ago who was a rapper, right? And he was incarcerated for Aaron said today was heavy and Frog's laughing. Hello, Aaron. It is lovely to see you. Welcome. Aaron said today was heavy in court world. I'm exhausted. Oh, absolutely. And I am too. And I was at the DIDDY trial since early this morning. Like I went there like early in the morning, and yeah, I was just keeping up with it. It was really wild when he was found not guilty on some things. Then I went over to the Kohberger one, and it was nice seeing some old friends we haven't seen in a while, and it was very cool to see the friends. But it's a Kohberger, just completely no emotion to him. All right, so this is Bobby Shmurda. He had a song that came out, and it's real like it's real funny, but he was talking about murdering people, so he was locked up for about 7 years, and he was released, at some point in the 2020s or a little bit before 2020s, and he was locked up around the same amount of time that DIDDY will probably be locked up. DIDDY's sentencing is in October. There's going to be a hearing about it a couple of days after 4th of July, around 10 a.m. Eastern. All right. conviction on September 2016 as part of a plea deal. Shmurda pleaded guilty to 1 count of the third-degree conspiracy and 1 count of weapons possession and was sentenced to 7 years in prison. So Diddy will probably be in there the amount of time that Shmurda was put in there. And he had something called the Shmurda dance also. He had there is this epic song he did, and then it got him, it was enough evidence to convict him. It's it's not recommended to make a rap song about something you shouldn't have done yet. And yeah, and the name of the song was also interesting. And yeah, so that is a situation with, similar to Diddy. And let's see about this. Let's see, Diddy. Yeah, so with the Diddy trial, he's denied bail. And he'll be in jail for, as I say, he's going to be in jail. He's not getting out today. The judge denied him bail. So he is just going to be in there all the way in October included and after that. All right. So we're going to see how it all goes. So with reading the headlines of today about Diddy, and then we'll go to Kohberger. So I'm doing them interchangeably. Where things stand, bail denied. Sean Diddy Combs was denied bail after a jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution this morning. The judge cited Combs' history of violence and past illegal conduct, with expanding why he decided to release Combs as he awaits sentencing. I bet R. Kelly is livid, LO. He barely surviving, and P. Diddler will serve like no time. Yeah, exactly. It's an interesting plot twist. And Aaron, I was saying earlier that in my chat earlier, I've been saying this, not in my chat earlier, I've been saying this the whole time, is that everybody saying Diddy was going to be found guilty and everything, you got to understand, my calculations were a jury's unpredictable. So it's likely he was going to get not guilty on a lot of things. Jesse Weber predicted it too. He predicted it also. And it's just that I've seen, and y'all have seen a lot of trials. Y'all are with me all the time on the trial chat. So y'all know what I'm talking about. But basically, yeah, Aaron, I was just it's just the way this was presented by the prosecution, the way that they put him in the media, everything that they did, it was just going to go the way it was going to go. And RICO is such a broad term. It's like if somebody, looks at me funny, they're going to accuse me of RICO, but it's not how it works. RICO is something specific. Yeah, it's unbelievable indeed. And there's mixed reactions. There's people that support Diddy. There's people that don't support Diddy. There are people that just have no pity either way. Sentencing outlook. And also, Aaron said, I was yelling out loud when it was not guilty. I was really hoping we were taking Hollywood down. Time to move on into the forest. Yeah, it looks like we're going to have to go into the Timu forest of illusions. There's a Mario game. In the Mario game, there is the forest of illusions. And that's where we're going to have to go. So that is exactly what we're going to have to do. Scared. And scared. Virginia says, I am shocked. Hello, everyone. Hello, Virginia. Great to see you under these circumstances. They're quite interesting. Yeah, so the Diddler, which I thought would happen, but a jury's unpredictable, so I didn't make a prediction exactly. But I was just people are he's not guilty. He's guilty, but you got to understand that jury's unpredictable. So with this jury, they see the attorneys are very good attorneys. Bryan Steele is an excellent attorney. And when you have these attorneys that are doing what they're doing, they will completely, like, RICO is Bryan Steele's profession. So with Bryan Steele's profession, he helped Young Thug, he was YSL, and as I said, we all still support Bryan Steele, although like we may not agree with the Diddler thing, but we appreciate Bryan Steele, and it was nice seeing him at another trial. So there's brings like a nostalgia for the YSL fam with this. So yeah, and I think that with the Me Too movement and the situations with the allegations and the political climate and things like that and the way it was presented, they just didn't believe that he was guilty of those things. Because, like, say, like, for instance, Dan Abrams, the founder of Law and Crime, was saying earlier that, with Diddy, they were trying to, paint this picture like, they were, for many years, there was alleged consensual activity, and she was with him for a long time, so the jury may have thought it was consensual and she's trying to get his money or get revenge on him. But also at the same time, when she was being kicked down the block in that video, that's also a sign that maybe, he could force people to try to stay with him and threaten people. So I said, but when you have a something that might be irrelevant to the other charges, they might be thinking they're trying to manipulate people that being against him. So you got to focus on, like, something could be irrelevant, say to focus on the topic, because the topic that they're guilty of is enough to convict them by itself usually. Now, as I said, I'm going across the board of the different views of the jury on why they thought he was innocent, why they thought he was guilty. So as I said, that's what I'm doing at the moment, just kind of going through different scenarios of why they thought the way they thought and why he's guilty, why people thought he was innocent. It's across the board. So basically, they're asking the people of New York City, of NYC, about what they thought about the verdict. And they said, like, once the charges were dropped right before the jury went to deliberation, it was a sign. That's what I was saying. I was saying to Anna when she was in here. When the jury drops a bunch of verdicts, exactly, Sharon, right. And when the jury when the state drops charges, it makes it look weak, and it makes it look like they may not be holding ground on him. And the RICO thing is like kind of, I don't know, it's like they're just throwing RICO everywhere. So that, as I said, was a sign he's going to probably be found not guilty. So the people over there were saying that was a sign, and a freak off is not RICO, and it's not holding people captive. So that's what the people outside New York City was saying. And Aaron said, you made the mistake of following the law of Virginia. It's a shield show out there. Oh, yeah. So, basically, with that situation, you have, they'll follow the law, and they don't really get anywhere, because as I said, it's possible that you'll have situations like that, unfold. And another thing about Diddy where he wasn't liked was because of his association with Hollywood and conspiracy theories about what he may have done with certain things. So that's another reason why he's not seen it in such a favorable light. And then you have the sentencing outlook. While Combs was acquitted of most serious charges, racketeering, conspiracy, and sex trafficking, he is still facing up to 20 years in prison, but he'll probably serve 1 to 7 years. Since the maximum sentence for every transportation counts for 10 years, there will be a hearing next week to address the scheduling of Combs' sentencing. Prosecutors accuse Sean Diddy Combs of leading a criminal enterprise made up of some of the closest employees, alleging they used threats and violence to force Casey Ventura and other women, Jane, to engage in drug-fueled 6 acts, with male escorts. Combs' lawyer argued that the acts were consensual and merely preferences. Aaron said, and also watching this verdict is what gives the average defendant this audacity to plead not guilty when it's beyond obvious they are. Karina, Lori, Monica, etc. Exactly. Right. Also, I'm cranky tonight. Aaron, you have a right to be cranky. I mean, we've all had quite a day, a long day, and also I don't really sleep really anyway, but I sleep a tiny bit. But as I said, I was up all night, and I'm staying up until this thing comes on. I stayed up until the thing comes on. I was away from here in my room listening to it, and it was like, yeah. So, as I said, I always had a problem napping when I was little. I had a problem napping. I do sleep, of course. I do sleep a little bit to everyone's surprise, but I just always was cranked up all the time, just naturally. So, it doesn't mean I do sleep, though, here and there. But, basically, I can understand that you're cranky, Aaron. It's been a crazy day today. It's been like a field day. It's like at school they would have a field day, and they would have these events at school where they would have these marathons of sporting events everybody did. It was like a field day or a crazy field trip or something. It was really a wild day. Right, and remember what the victims' families of Karen Reed, how they feel about the verdict. Heart goes out to those people that are feeling hurt by this verdict. And also, Aaron said, yeah, yeah, we're all overstimulated from our field trip to the court zoo. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, exactly. We were at the court zoo, and we're all overstimulated from our field trip at the court zoo. And also, basically, what happened was with another thing that occurred is the Me Too movement, which are saying that it would be good for people that were hypothetically accused of, like the Johnny Depp situation when he was accused of doing the assault on Amber Heard, or women that might accuse men that didn't do something, that they did something. They were saying that it would help that movement go downhill. But there are women that are abused and assaulted, though. All right, so it's not good if it's discrediting people that actually have been through abuse. But they're also saying that people, I don't necessarily think they're making it up what they were saying about the Diddy trial, but if people are going to try to make up something about somebody, it wouldn't work as well, allegedly. But as I said, if people are really abused, they should be believed and heard. Hello, Rebecca. It is great to see you, my friend. Welcome to chat. We are having a reflection on our day at the court zoo with Combs and Kohberger right now, back to back. Back to back. Kohberger and Combs. Yes, absolutely, Aaron. Yes, I agree. Right, reading some highlights that recently came out. So, defense attorney touts the jury for getting the situation right enough. Mark Agnifilio, Sean Diddy Combs' attorney, touted the jury's work to reach today's verdict. Quote, "One thing stands between all of us and a prison, and that jury is 12 citizens. And we had a wonderful jury. They listened to every word, and they got the situation right on certainly the right enough," Agnifilio said. The jury acquitted Combs on the sex trafficking charge and the racketeering conspiracy he had, calling Combs innocent. Today is a win. Today's a victory of all victories for Sean Combs, Agnifilio said. Defense attorney calls Combs' verdict a great victory. Yeah, we all are purging, yeah. Scared. Scared. Defense attorney calls Combs' verdict a great victory. Okay. Defense attorney Mark Affilio called today's verdict in the trial of Sean Diddy Combs a great victory outside the courtroom in New York City. It's a great victory for Sean Combs. It's a great victory for jury system. Right. And Combs tells his family, I love you all, be strong. Following his bail hearing, Sean Diddy Combs faced his family and told them, we're going to make it through this. I'll see you when I get out, he added. Combs blew kisses to the 2 rows in the courtroom filled with his family and friends. I love you all, he said, be strong. Just before the lead in the courtroom and back into detention, he said, I love you, Mom. He'll get his life back, Combs' attorney tells his supporters. After the judge left the bench, defense attorney Mark Agnifilio turned to Sean Diddy Combs' supporters. He told them the United States District Court for Southern District of New York never loses racketeering cases. He told them Combs showed up and wasn't afraid. Quote, he'll get his life back, Agnifilio said. Winning is winning. You live your life and you live a good life, all right? So, attorney for Don Richard calls Combs' verdict a disappointment. Don Richard's attorney reacted to Sean Diddy Combs' verdict after a jury found him guilty on 2 counts on 5 charges. Today, a split verdict is a disappointment, but the criminal charges are different from the civil claims, and we filed and have been fighting against Sean Combs. We will continue to aggressively fight our case until we obtain full, complete justice for Don, Lisa Bloom said in a statement. Richard was one of the prosecution's 34 witnesses during the trial and was part of the music group Danity Kane, which was formed by Combs. Alright, so we got some other things right here. Aaron said, great victory. All I hear, it's a great day to pay people off. Aaron, there's a theory that the jury was paid off or they were scared of what he would do. Like, yeah, that one juror in the beginning that didn't know. The jury didn't know what, like the juror 25 was causing a problem at first. And people might think that he was bribing them. It's possible. Letter detailing Ventura's feelings may have had effects on the judge's bail decision, legal analyst says. A letter case Ventura lawyers sent to Judge Aaron Scheibermein asking him to deny the defense request that Sean Diddy Combs be released from custody today may have impacted the jury's decision to keep Combs in custody, according to criminal defense trial attorney Stacy Schneider. The letter stated that Ventura believed that Mr. Combs is likely to pose a danger to the victims that testified in his case, including herself, who I think Casey Ventura might have had an effect on the judge. Schneider told CNN, adding that the judge may feel that he needs to protect the community from Sean Combs. Schneider added that She thinks that the judge can't unhear the testimony that he heard in the trial. The judge pointed out to the defense attorney during trial admitted that their client was violent and had issues and problems and flawless, that they were a terrible situation, but again, defense was saying he was it was domestic violence, Schneider said. Combs was found guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage in prostitution and acquitted on 6 trafficking and racketeering conspiracy charges. During a bail hearing this afternoon, the judge denied the defense request to release Combs on bail following the verdict, telling defense attorney Mark Agnifilio, who argued that Combs was not convicted of violent crimes, that close argument he full-throttedly told the jury that there was no violence here. So I guess for his defense, it was a good thing that Agnifilio led the defense, so I still think Bryan Steele would have done fine leading it. How Combs reacted when the judge denied his bail. When the judge denied bail, Sean Diddy Combs' mouth dropped and his eyes widened. He got scared. Scared. And the judge 2 hours ago confirmed that the bail was denied and sets the hearing on sentencing schedule for next week. All right. So hearing on sentencing is next week. Judge Aaron Schuberman again confirmed that Sean Diddy Combs' bail has been denied. He scheduled a remote hearing for next Tuesday at 2 p.m. Eastern Time to address the sentencing schedule. The judge is off the bench and court is done for the day. So that's for those that are interested. He is scheduled to remote hearing next Tuesday, 2 p.m. Eastern Time to address sentencing schedule. All right. Sharon said, didn't the judge joke with him about getting out before denying bail? Sharon, I cannot confirm or deny that. I don't have the information to confirm or deny it. If you heard that, there's probably some truth to it, but I can't confirm it either way. Prosecutor Combs is an extremely violent man with extraordinarily dangerous temper. Now that is true. Like we saw with Casey Ventura, how he kicked her arse down the block. Yeah, exactly, Sharon. Right. A prosecutor, so he is violent and he does have a temper. I do agree with that. And I do think that he needs to, there needs to be justice and he needs to acknowledge what he did was wrong and not do it again. Prosecutor Combs is an extremely violent man with an extraordinarily dangerous temper. Prosecutor Maroon Comey says the judge is correct in the decision to keep Sean Combs in detention, calling him an extremely violent man with dangerous temper. What's exceptional about Combs, Comey says, is his wealth, his violence, and his raisedness. He's an extremely violent man with extraordinary dangerous temper who has shown no remorse, no regret for his multiple victims, Comey said. Defense attorney Mark Affilio appealed the judge one more time, saying in part that listening to Miss Comey makes me appreciate that we have jurors. Now, it is true that with jurors, we do not live in dictatorship or whatever. We live in a republic, democracy, how people may not agree with the verdict. I remember I was talking to one of my buddies from Germany, and he was telling me, it's good that we have a jury system in spite of sometimes we disagree with the verdict. Like communist China, for instance, has a 99% guilty verdict, even if someone didn't do something wrong. So, although we may not agree with the verdict, it may not be something that's supposed to happen. If somebody was innocent, hypothetically, they were able to not be incarcerated for something they didn't do. But I said it's up for debate, I guess. But all right, so here we got something. Here we got Combs wants to speak with the judge. Defense attorney says. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilio just told Judge Arun Schabermine that Combs would like to speak with him. Mr. Combs wants to talk to you, Agnifilio said, telling the court that he'll see what Combs wants to say. All right, Joel, a judge to defense attorney. You full-throttedly told the jury that there was violence. Judge Aaron Schabermine is addressing defense attorney Mark Agnifilio. You full-throttedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here, and domestic violence is violence. Autumn, I am doing fine, and we all had a long day with trial chat, and we are just going over. You had a very exhausting day at the court zoo, and we're talking about DIDDY and Kohberger. At the moment, we're talking about DIDDY. We're kind of talking about both interchangeably. And Autumn, how are you? I hope that you're doing well. It was nice seeing you at court today. I got there. Okay, thank you, Autumn. All right, thank you. Okay, thank you, thank you. All right, I have that saved. Thank you. All right. Judge to defense attorney, you full-throttedly told the jury that there was violence. Judge Aaron Schabermine is addressing the defense attorney Mark Agnifilio. You full-throttedly, in your closing argument, told the jury that there was violence here and domestic violence is violence, and you said it's the case and did involve. Schabermine told Agnifilio. Agnifilio responded that there's only been evidence of one instance of violence since 2018. In 2024, acceleration in June. Agnifilio said that Combs has entered a Batters program after the Intercontinental Hotel surveillance footage was released in 2024. Jane helped Combs write the letter to get to the program. Agnifilio said he is a man in a process working on himself. Let's see. We will look at what Autumn sent me. I'm seeing something else right here that says bail denied and Sean Diddy Combs was denied bail after a jury found him guilty of 2 counts of transportation and aggravated prostitution. This morning, the judge cited Combs' history of violence in the past, illegal conduct, but as she said, it was not about the past behavior. While explaining why he declined to release Combs, he awaits sentencing. So as I said, that's something the judge said, but allegedly there seems to be something else that we'll get to in a moment with what Autumn sent. Okay, and read a little bit more through these things. I'll play the audio of it in a moment. Prosecutors, the court doesn't have enough information to skip pre-sentencing investigation. Prosecutor Maroon Comey said, given the complexity of the trial and the disparity between the parties' position on the sentencing guidelines range, that she doesn't believe that the court has enough information to sentence Sean Diddy Combs without pre-sentencing investigation. Combs said the government is willing to work with defense to move the process forward as quickly as possible. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilio, who had suggested waiving the pre-sentencing investigation in order to expedite the sentencing schedule, said the defense believes it has a strong arguments to make Combs' behalf for a sentence below the guidelines. All right, here's some information right here for everybody. All right, so judge proposes sentencing on October 3. Judge Aaron Schabermine has proposed sentencing on October 3, 10 a.m. Eastern Time, but says he is willing to move up the sentencing date to the defense's request. Defense attorney Mark Agnifilio said they would like to expedite the sentencing schedule as much as possible. He said defense is willing to waive a pre-sentencing investigation to expedite the sentencing schedule if the judge is open to it. Okay. I'm going to play the audio of what she sent me. Okay. Let's go. All right, let's see. We get information out of this. She says this newscast explains why bail is denied. Had nothing to do with Diddy's past behavior. Okay, so let's see here. I'm going to put the pirate to sleep. All right. You're not going to see the video, but I'll play the audio of what these people said in this newscast. All right. Hello, Moki. We are talking about Diddy trial and Kohberger trial interchangeably. I'm about to play some audio from this news thing today, just audio only, about explains why the bail was denied. It had nothing to do with Diddy's past behavior. Okay, so let's see.
Stays in. There's not an exception. For example, there could be an exception where the prosecution says we consent, and there's other pieces to it as well. There could be a danger to somebody or not, but the bail being kept as it is not necessarily atypical because of the law, though one would believe the fact that he was not convicted of the top charge, and it's been a reduction, and people do walk free and come back and are ROR'd.
Well, keeping the bail as it is means there's no bail.
Right. So he's
Right, so there is no bail, and this is very interesting, an interesting clip. Fair use, shout out to them. And Moki said Diddy still faces 20 years. And that is true. He faces 20 years, but he might serve 1 to 7 years. Some people are saying 1 year of good behavior. So it could be drastically reduced, but he does face up to 20 years possibly, yes.
Man, he's held without bail. So this doesn't change the potential sentence, obviously, because it's still up to 10 years. But for the immediate gratification purposes of getting out, doing what he needs to do, and fighting this from the outside in terms of preparing for that sentencing, now it's been stripped.
And let me just add, this morning the prosecution was very adamant about wanting to have this extra time to present their argument to the judge, and seemed obviously they were disappointed with the verdict. It was very visible and very obvious, but they wanted to keep him behind bars, and they said, Your Honor, we need several hours to really get this whole argument together for you, and that's pretty stunning.
But again, I think you have to go back to what the law is and what it allows for, and generally speaking, barring some exception, the Bail Reform Act says you're staying, you're not just getting released. He was convicted of a crime. I think people, rightfully so, are disappointed and have questions from the public's perspective.
Yeah, because a lot of people in the public eye were saying that Diddy would be guilty. And I always was saying that a jury's unpredictable. The jury's unpredictable. And that is, people have a lot of questions, but the jury was given a perspective about his trial because the way the prosecution and the way that the witnesses presented their case, it certainly influenced him to think that he was not guilty of those charges, especially the RICO charge that was real too much of a broad umbrella. That they're just trying to do anything to get him convicted, especially dropping charges before the trial happened, before the deliberation happens is another factor too.
When you have such a horrific allegation that is not proven or substantiated without a reasonable doubt, and summarily, we're not talking about on the cusp, that's a pretty quick verdict that I think fooled many people thinking that there might have been a sex trafficking conviction. He's walking scot-free in terms of any allegation of coercion, force, fraud, violence, but he's still in custody.
Okay, so Jeremy, what about...
Can we just ask Jeremy, was it a difficult decision for the judge legally?
I think the judge is is not finding any exception in following the law, and that's why he's staying there. The hope from the prosecution, though they didn't, the defense, though they didn't raise it specifically in their letter to the court, was...
And, basically in New York City, there is tons of people. Tons of people in court, like outside the courthouse, were everywhere. And they're asking people their different opinions about it. And it was quite interesting what people had to say. It was quite wild. And some people are happy. A lot of people think that he was not guilty out there. And it's just people are gathering outside the courthouse. And Sharon says he should have been in the state court for the sex trafficking stuff. Yeah, maybe that would have helped him get convicted, possibly. That's true. Yeah.
Is that, yes, there may be the Bail Reform Act, and that was what the prosecution relied on, since statutorily you can't just let him walk. The prosecution was hoping, the defense was hoping that the judge would look past that and say, he's returned, he just shows that he can follow the court order, he's not going to flee, and he's not a danger to anyone specifically or the community at large.
And then let me ask you this, in terms of the appealing this decision, what's the process now that the defense will have to go through in order to appeal the judge's decision of no bail?
I would expect that he's not going anywhere anytime soon, appeal or not. I think that they're going to follow the judge. I haven't heard what the judge said, so it's hard for me to just speak on an island here. But based on the law as we know it, I think the judge has ample ground to stand on and make this decision.
Let me answer that. Our Sharon Crowley has been watching this and telling us right now the judge says that the government was correct that the detention is mandatory for a Mann Act conviction, what you're indicating, and the judge said that the limited exception to mandatory detention was not met. Sean Combs pointed to his duties as a father and a son, which we talked about, but that does not rise to the level of an appropriate exception, according to the judge.
Yeah, and so basically that the judge probably thought that was irrelevant to this situation because, yeah, that's what he probably thought. It was irrelevant to the other situation with this case.
And to my point moments ago, that's what the law is. But we like to think that from the outside looking in, when someone has been charged with such egregious and horrible acts, and a jury of your peers says no so quickly, there should be a means to say you should be free. But there still is a conviction. The Mann Act qualifies. He's in custody. Whether that's a sign of the judge saying I'm going to harshly sentence him or not, we can't say. But let's not read into it. The judge is simply following the law, and this warrant does not warrant that 10 years that you're hearing about for each of the counts for Jane
and then Jeremy, remind us again about the Mann Act.
So the Mann Act does not involve coercion or force or anything like that. The Mann Act simply says that if you're bringing someone across state lines in substance, engaging in prostitution, that violates the law. I look at this case.
Exactly, that certainly does violate the law, absolutely. And Autumn says he is still guilty for 2 other charges. He was not acquitted for all charges. Thank you, Autumn, and thank you for sending us this clip. And I like, nothing wrong with reacting to things. I like doing that. And Moki said, has anyone watched reaction from BK? No. And we have been talking about BK, in this, but we'll be talking about more in detail about BK next. And Autumn says, I mean 2 other charges, he can't just walk. Yeah, exactly. I agree.
Not to really go too far off, this really, especially when you hear this verdict, should likely never have been in that courthouse. If anything, it should have been in that courthouse, meaning 100 Center Street or something similar, in a state courthouse for domestic violence, for abuse, for things that physical abuse and assaultive behavior, those types of things. But now we're here. It is what it is. But I think the prosecution really got humbled whether or not the judge is keeping Sean Combs in.
No, 100%. So now tonight he'll be spending the night in MDC.
It's hotter in there than it is out here. Certainly for him, but there is now a horizon. The sun is rising for him. There is an out, and I'd like to think, based on the evidence and based on the finding of that jury, that out will be reasonable. And the defense said maybe 20 to 24 months. The prosecution is saying at least 50 to 60 months, even more. Where the judge falls, I don't know. But
yeah, we have to wait and see how the judge reacts to it, because it won't be 20 years. I think it'll be less than that, because as I said, a jury's unpredictable. Like, I did not think that he was going to be, it didn't mean he didn't do anything wrong, but that's why I was telling you it's unpredictable. As I said, I remember too many trials I've seen. I'm like, this person's guilty, they're innocent. This person is innocent, they're guilty. It's just the circumstances, the way the media presented his case was another reason why I don't know if if they presented his case against him the way it could have gotten him convicted.
But there's freedom for a guy who's looking at life in prison, which is unbelievable, whether he's in jail tonight or not.
And you told us that there's no minimum with the conviction, the prostitution conviction.
Correct, but there are guidelines, and the judges generally follow those guidelines. There's ability to move along them and go up or down. But I think we have to look at what the evidence is and remember that the prosecution can still bring out in sentencing, though you could not do that in a state court, all of his other allegations and the evidence there that was not supported by the jurors who said not guilty, because it's not proof beyond a reasonable doubt. It's sentencing. It's not the same standard.
Right.
But do I think he's going to get 10 years? We've been wrong before. No, I do not. There is an out for him.
All right. And we'll continue watching this closely. And so that's it.
That's it for now. That's it for tonight.
Yeah, just to sum up, this has been a day of news on the Sean Diddy Combs case. First, the jury came back and rendered a not guilty verdict on the heavier charges.
Yeah, exactly. So I do agree with that, Autumn. And good to see you, Remy. Glad you're still hanging in there with us. And basically, you have this situation with Diddy, how it probably should have been the state doing it instead of the government. And yeah, they completely lost this case. And this is symbolic. It's going to be a powerful message, a powerful message to the world on this. All right. Let's see.
of the indictment, and then there was this talk about whether or not he would be walking out of here. There were a lot of reasons why some people thought that that might actually be the case, but at this point we've just learned that the judge has denied the application for bail, which means instead of walking out a free man today, Sean Combs will have to wait. And the judge noted, we're told right now by Sharon Crowley, that one of the incidents of violence against the former girlfriend was in June of 2024, after Sean Combs knew that he perhaps was illegal. Right. So there are things in the bag, so to speak, that the judge is taking into consideration, that as people out on the street, maybe we were slower to get to, but the judge has made his decision. Sean Combs will not be seen on camera outside the courthouse today, at least not as...
All right, that is... So thank you, Autumn, again for the clip. All right, so good to see you, Remy. I'm glad you're still hanging in there with us. Shout out to you. And we'll go to BK now. All right. And as I said, I'm probably sure you could do hours of content with this type of stuff. All right, let's go to BK. BK today took the plea deal, and as I said, it was very nice to see some of our old law and crime friends like Kathy Smith and Ellie in that chat. It was very cool to see. And basically, Kohberger just has no motion to him. Oh, Silver Fox 2. Okay. All right. Shout out to Silver Fox. Yeah, that was Kohberger earlier today, and he just has this demon look in his eyes. You see, that's kind of grainy, so we're going to make another one. Well, I think this one that'll work. I'll go get it right. Hold on. Make it a little bit bigger. Right, so you got Bryan Kohberger, and BK has this demonic look on his face. So he has no emotion. He just looks like an angry demon. He has legions of demons in him, and that was his reaction. Diddy was very emotional. This guy has no emotion to him. All right, so we'll go to the updates about Kohberger. So he took the plea deal today, and he pled guilty to all counts, and the prosecution made sure that they had the prosecution say why they thought he was guilty. And that was very interesting to see, why they thought he was guilty. So to show the people why he was what he was. And then he did so he was found guilty on those counts. Yeah, I agree, Remy. Hilarious, Autumn. Okay, and it said this was a zoo today with the trial. A zoo with the trials today. All right, so go here. I'll show y'all. This is about Kohberger. Look at the pictures and things like that. Bryan Kohberger admits to Idaho student murders as victims' families remain torn over the outcome. For 30 months, Bryan Kohberger and his defense attorneys insisted on his innocence in the fatal stabbing of University of Idaho students in off-campus home. But a matter of minutes Wednesday, in a packed courtroom roughly 30 miles from the horrific scene of the crime, everything changed. Quote, "Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?" the judge asked. And, quote, "Yes," Kohberger said. Quote, "Did you, on November 13, 2022, enter the residence at 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, with the intent of committing the felony crime murder?" And then he pleads. The judge asked him. He says, "Yes," Kohberger said. Oh, I know. It is quite surprising. We could talk about her too. Yeah, we could talk about her too. Absolutely. That was a clown show today, Aaron. Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I didn't see the surviving student. We'll talk about that after this. Aaron. So with Remy says, y'all see the surviving students interview? It was weird. Yeah, I didn't see it, but I'm sure it was very, very strange. Yeah. And then we have, yeah, I can't believe he pleaded guilty too. It's quite crazy because he was holding his innocence, but he didn't want to get deleted by the firing squad or something, and he would be incarcerated the rest of his life with no appeal. And hopefully he doesn't escape, because that's what Bundy did. He escaped. So hopefully he doesn't have an escape plan. Boise, Idaho, for 30 months, Bryan Kohberger and his defense attorney insisted on his innocence in the fatal stabbing of 4 University of Idaho students in their off-campus home. I agree, Remy. I agree. But in a matter of minutes Wednesday, in a packed courtroom roughly 300 miles from the horrific scene of the crime, everything changed. Quote, "Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty?" Judge asked. Kohberger said yes. "Did you, on November 13, 2022, enter residence of 1122 King Road, Moscow, in Idaho, to intend to commit a felony murder?" And the judge asked, and he says yes. Good night, Frog. A peace. Aaron said, "All good. I'm in and out of chat tonight. Just joking about how fake she was today." Okay, I'll make commentary about that, Aaron. So I go over there. It looks like there's an update about Diddy. I'll get to that in a moment. An update about Diddy just happened, it looks like. But basically with that trial, she was fake as a... Oh, wait. She's as fake as a Temu Sheen $3 bill. Complete nonsense. So, basically, what occurred in that situation was that she sounded like she was doing Screamo or some kind of heavy metal band, and she was really fake, and it's just over-exaggerated, and just acting like a moron. So yeah, I think it was completely fake, crying in the courtroom. I mean, cry me a river, woman. Like, cry me a Temu river. Like we're not buying what you're selling. So yeah, I certainly agree it was fake. It was hilarious to watch. All right, so there's allegedly an update. All right, let's see what this Diddy update is. This is probably old news, but this was updated 2 minutes ago. Combs was found guilty of 2 counts of transportation to engage prostitution. Here's what you should know. Let's see. Oh yeah, this is just kind of an overview about what we talked about. So yeah. That was just an overview of what we already talked about. Going back to Kohberger. Okay. It was the first time the public had heard directly from the lone suspect in a gruesome crime that shocked the nation. And it was to say how would prosecutors had alleged all along he did it. The remarkable change of plea hearing that cements a deal that allows Kohberger to avoid the deletion penalty in his highly anticipated murder trial by admitting guilt to charges of burglary, and first-degree murder in the gruesome late-night deletion of Ethan Chapin, Zaina, and Kernoodle Kaylee Goncalves, and Madison Mogan. The deal ends in tumultuous case that included a cross-country hunt for the suspect and pre-trial legal battle that involved several attempts by the defense to have charges dismissed or the deletion penalty taken by the table. The announcement of the deal comes after several judges ruling that it would have narrowed the defense strategy options at trial. Scared. As Kohberger, a 30-year-old former PhD student of criminology, confirmed his guilt to the state district judge Stephen Hippler, one of the victim's family members silently wept as other loved ones listened intently. After the plea, prosecutor Bill Thompson delivered lengthy outline of the evidence that would have been presented against Kohberger at trial, including the phone records that placed him near the victim's home, an account of how he moved through the home on the night of the deletion. He also revealed that prosecutors still do not know whether Kohberger entered the home with intent of deleting all 4 students. Hilarious, chat. Hilarious. Scared. Quote, "We will not represent that he intended to commit all of the murders that did that night, but we know that it is resulted in that he deleted intentionally, willfully, and deliberately, with premeditation and with malice. After afterthought, Madison Morgan, Kaylee Goncalves, and Ethan Chapin, Zaina Kernoodle," Thompson said, appearing to choke up as he read their names. Princess disappeared after she realized that Bowden doesn't exist. Scared. Several key questions were left unanswered, including what drove Kohberger to carry out the deletions and why he targeted the students and why 2 other roommates were spared. The families of the 4 victims, who had desperately awaited answers they believed would be revealed at the trial, remain torn over the outcome of the deal. Mogan's parents have expressed their support of her family. Ben Mogan told Idaho Statesman he viewed the deal as an opportunity to avoid the pain and spectacle of the trial focus on healing. At least one parent, Steve Gunclaves, told CNN he felt blindsided by the announcement, which came just days after he and other loved ones had urged prosecutors to persuade the deletion penalty. Gunclaves family members in the statement Wednesday said that they had expected more answers from Wednesday's hearing. Quote, "Today was the day for answers, the day we find out what happened, to find out really anything about what the defendant did that night, and he took the lives of 4 beautiful people. At least that's what hoped, but hope really all that we had today." Gunclaves family statement read. Oh, thank you, Greg. I appreciate that, a kind comment. I know that y'all miss me over there. And I'll be there again at some point. But, I appreciate you, Greg, and thank you for your support. On the burglary charge, Kohberger will face a sentence of 10 years. He will face a life sentence for each of the 4 counts of first-degree homicide. The 5 counts will run consecutively. Kohberger waived his right to appeal the plea and sentence to seek the leniency and reconsideration of the sentence later. Kohberger's sentencing hearing has been set for July 23 at 9 a.m. and he will remain in jail until then. Kohberger will now no longer Kohberger's sentencing hearing has been set. Let's see. I'm going to read this again. Why not? Anyway, BK looks like a paddleboard. He certainly does. Yes. On the burglary charge, Kohberger will face a sentence of 10 years. He will face life sentence for each 4 counts of first-degree homicide. The 5 counts will run consecutively. Kohberger waived his right to appeal the plea and sentence and seek leniency and reconsideration of the sentence later. Kohberger's sentencing hearing has been set for July 23 at 9 a.m. and he will remain in jail until then. Kohberger will no longer be allowed to appear in the civilian shirt and tie he usually wears for the hearings. Hippler said that the next time he sets foot in the courtroom, he will be dressed in prison garb. New evidence emerges as questions linger. A pile of questions over the leader's method and motive have haunted the case since 4 students were discovered stabbed to deletion in their home near Moscow with no signs of forced entry, though prosecutors have previously shared some evidence to support their charges against Kohberger. A sweeping gag order has prevented both parties from sharing insight into a case that has scared a small college town. But Thompson on Wednesday laid out the timeline of evidence that would have been presented at trial, which included small revelations about Kohberger's path through the home at the searches for his home and meticulously cleaned the car. Early on the morning of the murders, and prosecutors said that Kohberger parked his car behind the student's home and slipped inside through the sliding glass door in the kitchen at the back. Once inside, he headed on the third floor and fatally stabbed Mogan and Goncalves, and Thompson said, in a crucial mistake, Kohberger left behind the knife sheath to which investigators found DNA. They were later identified as Kohberger's, the prosecutors added. Jerry Wayne, Dragon, Bowden, Bruiser, Brody Frog, Jerry Arlmy had to make new accounts to get back in some chats. Tanya is my wife. All right. Investigators homed in Kohberger as suspect by pulling DNA from his parents' trash. His father discarded a Q-tip contained DNA that lab tests determined likely belonged to the father of the person who DNA was left on the knife. Thompson revealed Kernoodle, whose room was on the second floor, was still awake as Kohberger began to deletion of Thompson, said that she had recently made food delivery order after returning home from the late night out. Quote, as the defendant was either coming down the stairs or leaving, he encountered Zaina and ended up deleting her. Also with a large knife, Ethan Chapin, Zaina's boyfriend, was asleep in her bedroom. The defendant deleted him as well, Thompson told the court. Happened with Bundy. So when Bundy was going down the stairs of the sorority house, a woman saw him and he was wearing a ski mask. He was wearing a pantyhose or something. And they're able to tell who he was because of his bridge of his nose. One of the two surviving roommates woke up as Kohberger was leaving the house and looked out the bedroom to see Kohberger dressed in black clothing in balaclava leaving the home, the prosecutor said. As Kohberger fled on the rural back road, surveillance cameras captured his car speeding through the area. Thompson said the car almost loses control as it makes a corner. A harrowing weeks-long hunt for the suspect ensued, concluding when Kohberger was arrested at his parents' in Pennsylvania home. He had driven across the country in the white Hyundai Elantra, seen at the crime scene. When investigators searched the vehicle, they found it had been cleaned and disassembled internally. The murder weapon, which investigators say is a fixed blade knife, has never been found, and it's still unclear why Kohberger carried out the deletion. He was not required to make the detailed confession on the court on Wednesday. Families divided on the case's abrupt conclusion. After the victims' families were informed of the plea deal over the weekend, fathers of Jeff Kernoodle and Steve Goncalves harshly criticized the prosecutors for not consulting the victims' families before agreeing to the conditions of the deal. Kernoodle said he was disappointed the deal did not require Kohberger to confess unexplained details of the crime. Oh, hello, G. I'm glad that you're back home. So we've been talking about the Diddy trial, and now we're on Kohberger now. All right. All right, Aaron. See you some point tomorrow. Very nice chatting with you. It's been a very uh, fun adventure. All right. Kernoodle said he was disappointed that the deal did not require Kohberger to confess to unexplained details of the crime. So the two fathers are upset that the plea deal didn't require them to talk about the plea deals in the crime. So that is what we're seeing the situation, that they wanted to have more explanation about what he did and how he did the unexplainable details. Quote, I had hoped the agreement would include conditions that required the defendant to examine his actions and provide answers to the many questions that still remain, especially where evidence is missing or unclear, Kernoodle said in a statement on Tuesday. Goncalves, who said that he believes Kohberger deserves the deletion penalty, the death penalty, told CNN he believes Kohberger should have been barred from reaping financial gain, selling his story from prison. Are the families arguing? I didn't know two didn't agree and two agreed, but I hope that they aren't on the outs. Well, ECG, they're torn right now. You know, so they're having issues because they do not all agree on the way that the state handled this case, because they think that he should not have been given a plea deal in the way that they're informed about it, and they think that he should not be given the plea deal. They think that he should just be taken out, you know, and given the death penalty. And they also the families are, yeah, so the families disagree on this factor. So basically, going back up here, families divided on the case of rough conclusion. After victims' families were informed of the plea deal over the weekend, fathers of Jeff Kernoodle and Steve Goncalves harshly criticized prosecutors for not consulting the victims' families before agreeing to conclude the conditions of the deal. Gee, I don't see any indication that they're not speaking to each other so far. I mean, better he suffers in jail, but doesn't seem at all bothered. I know, he just has no emotion to him. Like, Diddy has tons of emotions to him. He cries and prays, and he does all kinds of things, and he has a look in his eye of fear. So with Kohberger, yeah, he has a blank stare, he has evil eyes, and like he didn't care at all. Absolutely not at all. You're welcome. I know, we're wondering what his motive was. Completely, we do not know what motives were. But maybe he liked one of the girls, or he was trying to emulate Ted Bundy. We don't really know. I hope that we could find out at some point. Maybe somebody will interview him, and we'll find out. Kernoodle said he was disappointed at the deal. Did not require Kohberger to confess to unexplained details of the crime. Quote, I had hoped that the agreement would include conditions that required the defendant to explain his actions and provide answers to many questions that still remain, especially where evidence is missing or unclear, Kernoodle said in a statement Tuesday. G said, yeah, it's crazy, but sometimes what you see on the outside doesn't reflect inside my alien. I mean, Diddy's life is not normal. All it's beyond off, and his attitude may be fake. He may be faking. That is very true. We don't really know if he's being serious or not. Only he and God knows. But, you know, this guy, Kohberger, shows no emotion at all. Like, he's not hiding anything. He's just being stone cold. And G said Kohberger acts cold, but who knows what fear he has on the inside. He's so quiet, I wonder what the heck he's thinking. I got that wrong. I wonder what the hell he's thinking. Yeah, exactly. I wonder that too. Because when somebody's quiet like that, you just don't know what's going on in their head. You just don't know. Thank you, Greg. Oh, love you too, bro. And basically, G says the motive, two things. He wanted to beat all the leaders and commit the perfect crime, or he's mad at a woman for not wanting him. Maybe he did approach one of the girls and they were really cruel. Yeah, kind of like with the school shooters at the Columbine shooting. So basically, you know, I studied a lot about that one. And basically, they were bullied allegedly, and they're mistreated by the jocks there, the school shooters at Columbine. The teachers bullied them too, and no one did anything. And it wasn't right what they did, but they were treated badly. So was Kohberger, you know, mistreated or something that made him go down that path and he looked up to the serial killers? Well, was it something else? Was it he wanted to commit the perfect crime? We don't really know. G said he is crying on the inside. Was he tortured by people, made fun of him, etc.? Yeah. It doesn't justify his actions, but we don't know like what brought him to that conclusion. He did have an issue with his weight at one point. Maybe he wasn't good with girls, or he wasn't that popular. He's like a school shooter. You know, maybe he was pushed too far and he wanted to do something atrocious. Multitasking is a bitch. Yeah, that is true, Greg. Yeah, definitely. Autumn said, which is unfortunate. I hate bullying. Nobody says anything until a person snaps. Yeah, I said the Columbine shooters. And we could do like an entire thing on that one with the Columbine shooters. Yeah, so they were, as I said, in detail. They had feet. There was one time with the Columbine shooters. I have to go there to give you all some examples. So Eric Harris had this indentation in his chest, and all the kids made fun of him in gym class. It doesn't mean it was justified what they did. They were the bigger bullies than anybody that ever went there because of what they did, right? There was this situation where they got a cup of feces, like toilet water, and threw it at him. They had like the police come to the school to look in their bag for drugs and didn't have any. As I said, and there was like 20 like jocks, like 20 of them, and they would like push them and like make fun of them and things like that, and the teachers would laugh along with it. There was a teacher at their school, allegedly, that picked on them and made fun of them in the middle of class. Doesn't mean everybody wasn't against him. He was popular, and they were popular in their niche of people. There were people that liked them. They did have some good experiences there, but the bullying was not nice. And a lot of people at that school at that time were being bullied. It was multiple people being bullied. Now, it doesn't justify the actions of what they did, but yeah, It did took place. So with Kohberger, was he being bullied by them? Allegedly. Was something going on in the past when he was bullied by somebody and you want to take it out on them? Was he inspired by Bundy and people like that to commit a perfect crime because of what happened? You know, because they say hate breeds hate. You know, that we don't really know. And also, yeah, blame the parents too. Yeah, teachers were trash. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, and Susan Klebold completely neglected her son, in my opinion, and didn't look for signs. And this dude, Eric, is making pipe bombs in his room, and he has pew-pews everywhere. And his father saw one of them and threw him away. Like, their parents were real... They tried to get them some help, but it didn't work. Also, Eric was on this medicine that didn't help him out, and the medicine was banned from the country. I went to a school that was good. It was a private school. It was like a family-owned school, so it was a small group. I did fine. Like, it was a nice private school, but yeah, this was a public school. It was terrible. As I said, this one guy that was one of their bullies, he was like a cliche bully jock from like a movie you'd watch or a cartoon or something. And he put kids in lockers, and they made some kid get on the ground and poke pennies with his nose, and the teachers were just like, oh, boys just being boys. And he was incarcerated before he went to the school. He was a bully. Then after he left the school, at some point, he deleted somebody in some motor ski accident, and he murdered somebody at some other point. So that guy was just bad all around. Another thing about the Columbine the shooters is that they targeted everybody in the school. They're going to blow it up. They didn't just target the bullies. A lot of them left at that point, but there were still some of them at that school at that time. But they were just after everybody. Like, as I said, it doesn't justify their actions, but yeah, it doesn't help if you get bullied like that. I don't think it really helps the situation. And also, I'm going to read through y'all chats. All right, G says, I see stuff on Instagram, the way people tell reality TV stars to delete themselves and call them names and say things. When I read them, I'm like, OMG, you are literally going to cause someone to, and take their own lives. Who does stuff like that? Yeah, and well, Alien, that's like the River trial. The one thing that caused everyone to hate me, but you know. Okay. And that makes me want to homeschool my kids, although quite a few were... Totally agree with you, G. And Autumn brings other issues, honey, psychological, they need friends. I want to homeschool my kids. It was like homeschooling private, 5 kids each class. Autumn says they can have friends to be homeschool. They can still be involved in activities and such, gymnastics, football. Not all activities are provided through schools. You can't control other people's kids. Some of these parents support their kids in bad behavior even when confronted. Yeah, they had a situation where the dean of the school allegedly got... Remember, the dean of the school at that time and all of the staff deny that that the bullying happened, but they just want to... I don't really believe them. So the dean was... they brought the kid to the office that was bullying the other people, and he was like, look, are you bullying people, or don't do it again? He's like, okay. Then he went back and bullied people. Reason why Columbine allegedly... didn't want to have the bullies corrected was because that their school thrived off the money from the jocks because the football brought money to the school, so they just were powerless because that's where their money came from. But as I said, does not justified. And I think we all have experienced on YouTube bullying. Like, I didn't really experience it in school really, but YouTube, yeah, they got some jackarses on the platform, but there's also cool people too. And on them, so true. Our kids, pediatrician told us that private school with only 5 kids wasn't the healthiest, but you said you had to make sure that they are after school activities. Yeah. So we don't really know what Kohberger, what he went through that caused him to do that. You know, because there's an African proverb that says that, you know, they will burn down a village and feel its warmth. And as I said, I don't know what happened for him to do that. It's something that we should find out the motive. So basically, the families want to know why he did it. You know, and he's very quiet. And when someone's quiet, they're unpredictable. It does kind of tell you, like, what is his motives? What is he thinking? G said, Alien, that's what I mean about the River trial. The way they made fun of the guy who ended up stabbing them. Not the right thing to do, but they were horrific, those kids. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Remember, the girl who was running track and hit the other girl with the baton, her parents supported her. They didn't discipline her. They eventually held a rally for her in their community. Yeah. Yeah. And I said the parents of the bullies were bad, too. Like, they just completely... They completely were messed up with not being responsible to their kids. Let's see. Come on. Yeah, so I think that with the Kohberger case, it'd be interesting if he does an interview about why he did it. Because when he did that, it's like, look, what are we doing here? It's like, you know, he did a massacre pretty much. But it's really cringe to, like, not know why he did it. Yeah, remember, there's some tapes from the Columbine shooters, and they were, like, walking down a hallway, and there was a bunch of those jocks, and they're kind of, like, bumping into them, and trying to, like, stop them from coming through. And they mention it many times in their journals. There's one time with Eric's journal, he was saying that they didn't... that there was a party or something or an event, and they didn't want to invite that weird Eric kid. And the dude was, like, ranting in his journal. He's like, you people could have respected me in my, you know, like, he was a senior. You all could have respected me and got my wisdom. But instead you said, where's that weird Eric kid? So they have to pay the ultimate price. Which it wasn't right for him to say that, but that was what he was saying about it. So that the journals that they had depict, especially that they were trying to get girls that didn't like them, but they did get some girls, but they had some issues with girls and stuff and different things. And I wonder if Kohberger, you know, like what brought him down to that point. It doesn't justify any of these actions. There's other ways to express yourself, but, like, if there's a fire and you pour gasoline on it, it's not really that good. Also, allegedly, yeah, but Autumn, I can't work against you this Creo. My daughter was 5 now, she's 23, and her close friend class, very good girls overall. We went to one of their homes, the kids' basement. Yeah, and there's one incident where they're in the cafeteria, Dylan and Eric, and there were flinging tampons filled with ketchup thrown at them. And all these people got, like, ketchup and threw it at him. And they had to walk around the school the whole day with that. Dylan went home. It was the worst day of his life. And he went in his room and just, you know, hid away. So, yeah, when you have stuff like that happening, like a teacher, nobody is saying, why are these kids filled with ketchup? You know, they just were letting anybody do anything they want to. So, those are just some examples about... It's unfortunate when bullying goes that far. You know, it should never happen to anybody. All right, and Autumn, we're jumping off my friend's couch, including her daughter. Turns out my daughter kept saying no, but they made her do, mocking her to being too good a kid. Oh. And how is that they came to my daughter's face bleeding? Oh. She got rug burn from jumping off because she never has done it. They keep doing it. Well, here's the bad part. I pulled her aside and yelled at her. I said, why do you listen to them? Why did you do it? Oh. Aw. G says, and they were jumping off the friend's couch, including her daughter. Turns out my daughter kept saying no, but they made her do it, or mocking her for being too good of a kid. Oh, that's sick. This crap, when my daughter was 5 now, she was 23, her close friend from the class, the girls all went on their homes in kids' basement, and she got rug burn from jumping off because she never done it, and kept doing it. When, here's the bad part, I pulled her aside, okay, and you have to respect someone's home that you know that they'll say, kept saying no and made her do it. You know what all the mothers told me that was horrible. Why would you ever tell your daughter she was wrong? Yeah, gee, that people can suck. You know, a lot of times people suck. You know, and I think that, you know, peer pressure, it can be very dangerous, very manipulative. And Autumn said, "Oh wow, that's so sad, but see, where did these kids get from calling her too good of a kid? Must have picked up from the parents were not disciplining her." My mom was always very careful about like who I was with when I was growing up, and I see why. You know, I could certainly see the situation about that. Absolutely. And why did you all yell at her and going to cause her psych issues? In other words, mothers got mad at me for teaching my daughter to treat someone's home properly. How can you imagine including the owner? Oh yeah, I just think that it's completely disgraceful. I mean, you did nothing wrong. Discipline is important. I mean, a lot of kids these days don't have discipline. And, you know, it's terrible when they're not given discipline because you have all this stuff that's going on now. So, gee, I think you did the right thing where, like, if you want to, like, say, have your kid respect the house and respect someone's property, I think that's a positive thing. And not discipline their kids, allowing their kids to do whatever they want. Exactly, Autumn. G said, Alien, the thing is they compared to others are good kids. They were playing, but what sucks, as odd instead of respecting me, my daughter, they were like, she's just a kid. You see, when you do stuff, you see a lot of these crimes that I'll see, like where I am, where a certain person will do something. They'll say, "Oh, he was such a good kid. He was such a great." But when he goes and murders somebody or breaks in a car, he's not such a good kid, really. I hate to break it to you, but hey, reality sucks. Right? Yes, Remy, I agree. Yeah, yelling at kids is necessary. Yeah, yeah, and also. G said, yeah, but I was told I am too strict for having done that. She's just a kid, and they're right in a way. It's like, screw you if you don't care about your damn couch. I got mad at my child for them. Right. You know, my mom was a helicopter mom. And thank you, Greg, for a donation. Thank you, buddy. Shout out to you, Greg. And basically, and I came out in my grandparents, and I had teachers too at my school that were installed good discipline and good conduct at the same time. that when it was needed to be done. I remember I used to get in some tussles sometimes with people, and I was taught not to do that the hard way. That sometimes people, but I learned to not let my emotions get the best of me, because I would get like, I don't know, I never was like suspended. I was never suspended as far as I know, but I got detentions like here and there. So yeah, I've gotten like in tussles, and I was, they had some teachers that let me have it. All right, and it was necessary for my upbringing to know right from wrong. Where if they just let me off the hook, it wouldn't really be that good. So Autumn says, because they were probably mad that you were teaching your daughter to have manners and to be classy, they likely feel bad that their kids will not grow up and be wild and unhinged. Yeah, exactly. Remy said, kids need discipline regardless of background. I've noticed extremely wealthy people don't give a crap about their kids. Exactly, Remy. Exactly. And a lot of these, a lot of rich people, there are exceptions to the rule, but a lot of them, they don't, I think especially if somebody, there's a saying, chat, hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Strong men create good times. Good times create weak men. And the cycle continues. So when you have people that are in hard times, they got wealthy, and it's probably generational wealth, so some point down the line, they became weak people. So yeah, they're not disciplining their kids, and they're doing whatever they want. Like, there was an incident where watching Cops, like one of those cop shows on YouTube, and this girl had a car, and her dad was rich, and she was drunk and ranting, and she was going to be arrested. And it's like, look, girl, it's like, girl, seriously, like, your father's wealthy, and you're wealthy and all, but you can't just, you're not above the law, and I think discipline is important. And I think, in my opinion, people don't have to be religious, but I think that religion also gives people a good structure to, like, say, if people believe in God and they have certain godly morals, people don't need to be religious to have morals, of course, or to be disciplined. Not necessary, but I think that certain values in religion were good, or people that had like a faith in some higher being, whatever it is, karma, the universe, God, whatever. I think that was good when people believed in something like that, because a lot of these kids, they said, lack discipline, and discipline is very important to have. And for instance, I'll give you all like a summary right now. So people that are school shooters, and people like Bryan Kohberger, and people could also argue Diddy, that they lack, especially with the, when people lack the emotional control, more specifically I'm talking more about the school shooters, and with Bryan Kohberger more specifically, where they lacked emotional control, where, yeah, they were being bullied and stuff was happening to them, but they let their emotions get the better of them. Like, they went with whatever their emotions were. Like, their emotions or their impulses wanted them to do something, and they go and do it. You got a really dangerous men. Like, men could be, I guess women too, but men specifically in this situation, because all these murders and stuff, or Monica Sementelli too was a woman. They let their emotions and desires get the better of them, where they're going to do something like this, hurt people. And you create really dangerous men and women that way. So if you have people that are disciplined in their thinking and their thoughts, and to not let the emotions, like, you could feel angry, you could feel upset, and you have a right to feel upset and angry if you're being bullied, or if something's bad happening, or if somebody wants to go with somebody else. That is normal to feel that way, and you should feel that way. You have a right to feel that way, but to act on it in such a way that causes yourself and others harm, in the long term, is not the best strategy. Because when you're upset and angry and frustrated, you have unlimited energy that you can do great things with. You could build something or create something other people could use. It could be directed in a positive way. Doing some push-ups or working out will not fail a young man that's angry, all right? Or walking or thinking. So I think that the lack of discipline and the lack of parental guidance and their children, I possibly think that could play a role in it. But like what Abby was saying yesterday, some people just want to do homicide and delete people. They just want to do it. They're just evil people out there. They don't have to have a reason. Some people thought they had a reason. So I just think that it would be better if people had not letting these drastic ideas get the better of them. And shout out to y'all, chat. Y'all are making very great commentary. I appreciate it. Till today, 23 go out, and trust me, compared to many other kids, all good girls, no drugs, no nothing, no bad. Definitely less classy and more worldly. Yous are wealthy, are busy sipping gin and juice at their country club. That's a blessing, G. Did you great job raising your daughter? Yes, G did. And my daughter still is the classiest, but now two of the moms and their own mothers, kids, grandmothers pull aside and say, yours is different. And I know two moms and their own mothers, grandmothers pull me aside and say, it's very different. I love it all. So true about the gin, yeah. For their sake, I pulled a child aside and admonished her when I knew it was her, and knowing it would do something others they learned obviously did not help a single bit. All credit to God, amen. So you know what, if your child is good, kid, screw those others and their couches. That's my greatest regret. I used her to teach them, knowing it was never what to choose to do. Anyone think Kohberger caved in because he feels somewhat bad or not? In my opinion, he was pressured into the plea deal. It's very possible, especially if he felt he was going to get shot. He didn't want to. Yes, Autumn, I feel guilty that they'll die with me. I kind of did. I said, why did you think those idiots gave you, and also to show them how parenting is done. Yeah. You were wondering because he wasn't angry. I don't know if he was controlling his reaction or he just doesn't feel he feels things differently than we do. I don't know. It's a mystery. Remy thinks it was a contract kill. Something that Silver pointed out, she believes that he was innocent, that he had no clothes that had blood on them or anything, and the car was too vague. So there's some people that can argue why he could have been innocent. As I said, I mean, if he really was innocent, he should have fought to the end. But as I said, he didn't want to get shot in the firing squad. You know, he could have been peer pressured. And he, by himself, he took out all those people by himself. That was a very daunting task he was able to successfully do. Remy. He was able to do all that by himself. So yeah, as I said, if he did it, that was quite a job. Autumn, pull the child aside when you get home. It's what mothers told me, and they said, do it in front of others, but I did it to show them what they did was wrong. Exactly. Sometimes you got to make an example out of somebody and show other people like how it's especially done. And also, you know, it's just a mystery that can certainly down a rabbit hole. So there's so many more questions about him than answers with Kohberger. And he was very calm. There's more questions than answers. And we'll see if he gives an interview or not. And said there's no way he's getting out of this. Especially now, I'll be hypothetical here. If they're able to find in the future that if there was a contract kill or contract deletion, and he didn't, I guess, I don't know what you do with that, but, if there was someone else that really did it, hopefully they really get caught, but so far, he's the number one candidate at the moment. Okay, G said, yes, Alien, but look how it backfired. Instead, they felt bad for my daughter. If the shoes reversed and another mom yelled at their daughter, I'd be embarrassed. Mine was a damn brat, I'd learned. I understand, G, but at the end of the day, your daughter is a classy, sophisticated woman that she turned out well, and you learn from your mistakes. You could have done things differently, but in spite of that mistake you made that you learned from, and you have a right to feel that way, absolutely. We all make mistakes. It could have been done differently. Still, as far from what you say, she came out very well. It would be worse if you never did anything, any kind of discipline with her, and she turned out very badly. It could have been regretting not doing enough. So yeah, absolutely, we all have our regrets, and I understand that, G, and that's understood. It was best it could have been done a different way. I agree. But at the same time, the job of parenting was done, and that's the most important thing, I think, in my opinion. And Autumn said, I understand what you're saying, G, but I hope you can realize the guilt. Maybe you can mention it to your daughter and apologize if you believe it hurt her, but explain that you had good intentions. That's very good, Autumn. That's a very good point. You can also do that, too. And saying that you're wrong about something is a very humbling thing. And that is good, to do that as well. That there's a balance. There's a yin and a yang. And yes, but... Okay. Autumn, I'm definitely going to agree with you. I forgot all about Till Tonight discussion. Reminded me of how it backfired. And G said, she's the classiest, most beautiful girl on the outside, and inside she's responsible, helps others and us, just beyond elegant. She certainly sounds wonderful. That's great. It's kind of like a gem can't be polished without friction. And I believe that hard times create strong people, and through the fires of affliction we're made. Iron sharpens iron. So as I said, you didn't fail as a parent, at least. I have some relatives that are unhinged, and they didn't live the best lives. It didn't go too well for them. But you see, parents like you are there for your kids where they came out good. Autumn says you had good intentions, but maybe went about it the wrong way. I believe once you do this, also pray about it, or repent if you feel that you sinned or hurt her, but you should release it. I don't deserve her at all. I wonder at times what I did to deserve her. Oh. Facts. Thank you, guys. Wow, I hadn't remembered this for 18 years. Thank you. You love guys. I love you guys. I appreciate it. I agree, Alien. God also wants parents to discipline their children. Psalms and Proverbs talks about disciplining their children. Amen, absolutely. And, Jesus, when, his law, came, that he, talked about that and confirmed the Old Testament, and that it was important for people to, do that and follow the rules that were supposed to, follow the rules that people were supposed to follow for the religious people, at the people of that time. At the same time, it is good for people to have a yin and a yang, where G says she could have done it differently, but also had discipline. So I think it's very important, and I do like in religions how they have discipline. Discipline is good to have, as across the board. And yes, I do agree about, Psalms and Proverbs about the, how they want their kids to be disciplined. Very important. And because you don't have people that are disciplined, you're going to have a bunch of problems. Like when they had people can be atheistic and have morals, but like when they had these things, like when communism and stuff came around, they it completely went into chaos. The way the families and all, everything is like went into chaos because the lack of discipline and stuff. Because when you take away these morals, people don't have to be religious to have these morals. But yeah, I believe these morals from, like, you know, God wants us to do for kids was very important. And those values are essential, I think, for a successful society, in my opinion. And many kids like that, Alien, I look at you, and you are very rare, too. Thank you. I haven't seen anyone your age behave like you. You are an example to follow. Thank you, G. I really appreciate that feedback. It means a lot to me. And I am very thankful for my mom and grandparents, and also had good, you know, teachers and stuff. And I followed, you know, God and my religion. I'm not perfect, but I believe that also instilled a good discipline in me as well. So thank you for the feedback. I appreciate it. And it sounds like your daughter grew up to be an amazing lady. May God bless you both. Love you all. Yeah, amen. God bless all of you in the chat, everybody in the chat, everybody watching or watch this. Yeah, God bless everybody. And you too, G, and the daughters and everybody else here. Thank you. And sometimes the dots and stuff doesn't make sense looking forward, but looking back. Like, maybe, like, in the moment it doesn't make sense, like, in what the future will be like, but in the past, you can look back and see how things connected. And mistakes and errors are learning experiences. And another thing that I want to say is that a mistake is not a mistake only if you were to keep repeating the mistake. And so you know that you did something wrong, G, and that was a mistake. As long as you understand that and wouldn't repeat the same mistake again, that it's not a mistake. Because a mistake is when someone repeats it over and over again and doesn't learn. So I think that it's fine. Everything is fine with you. It's all good. It was just a learning experience. And I'm learning from you, G, from your experience. I'm learning from you. So I'll apply that to my life as I go on in life. I'll apply the mistakes that you learned as I get older and how I deal with things. So, I appreciate the information. G said, I don't think what I did was wrong. I mean, should you commend your kid for destroying someone's couch? People work hard for their things. But they made me feel like we should be okay with bad behavior. No one is perfect, no one of us. But you truly make me so proud, Alien. And all of you are moral, and I pray for all of you and wish you all the best. Always health above all, guys. Yeah. God bless us all with miraculous health and protection. Amen. I can use prayers for my mom too, guys. Yeah, G. Prayers for your mom, that miraculous health and healing. And that y'all have the strength to continue to go through what you're going through. Amen. And G said the doctors think her cancer is back and spreading after 9 years of remission. They found in her mouth, lungs, and in her in the other area. We are heartbroken and taking her to doctor for the next 2 weeks. Okay. In other words, Alien, discipline, but privately at homes, not in front of others. Thank you, G, for that. I accept that lesson. Thank you. Autumn, thank you, G. I will keep your mom in my prayers. Anything particular we should pray for behalf of your mom? Yeah, cancer, and we, we're praying, that God has miraculous healing of the cancer, and it could go away permanently. And I declare that it's going away, and miraculous miracle will occur, and healing will happen. Amen. God willing, that healing comes to her. Thank you for sharing. Autumn says, okay, ICG, that is devastating. This is hard to hear. I kind of went through something similar with my mom. I know how scared you are right now. Scared. 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 G said, thank you guys. We went off the ENT doctor yesterday and to another doctor today and lung specialist tomorrow, MRI and sonogram, and next more. Tomorrow I am out all day with her at the doctor's. Okay, G, thank you for letting us know about that. That you are in, know that you are not alone. You are in our thoughts and prayers. Okay, we'll be thinking about you. Yeah, very good job, Autumn. Thank you for praying for G's mother. I appreciate that very much. And I think that in dark times, something good that can happen is people come together. A lot of people come together, and I do like that. And I believe that there is power in prayer, and there's power of the human spirit uniting together rather than being divided. So I do think that is something good that could come out of something bad. Yeah, so, because we've all been through things that are rough and things that we look back on, but it's great that when we overcome it and survive it. And G said, that's why I went to urgent care today to make sure that my cough is nothing I can pass. I'll have to wear a mask all day to protect her. Okay. Yes, Alien, very true. Come together in autumn. I'm so sorry, honey. Is your mom okay? Yeah. You're welcome, G. And something that the people are saying... G, Autumn, I don't see any of your comments being blocked on this list. Your comments are showing up on my end. Oh. Autumn, I think sometimes YouTube glitches. It's not, and nothing was blocked from, it can't be blocked. Just the way that the chat's set up, nothing can be blocked. It must be a YouTube glitch. Or maybe there's top chat and all chat. Maybe if you put it on all chat, you might see it. But yeah, nothing was blocked. The way the chat's set up, no one could do that. It could have been a YouTube glitch. I'm scared. Yeah, but these days, you'll have parents that will regret not disciplining their children enough. Oh, hello, Liberty. It's great to see you. Welcome to the chat. We are taught, so the diddler, Diddy, was found guilty on 2 charges with herding around prostitutes. And he was found not guilty on the other charges. And we're talking about that. He was very emotional when his verdict was read. And we're talking about Bryan Kohberger. And he admits to doing the killings in the Idaho massacre. Yes, Autumn, we could see your prayer comments. I read it to you right now. Yeah. Yeah, your prayer comments are all there. Yeah, everything's there. I'm scrolling up. I'm seeing your comments. Everything is there. So yes, to answer your question, yes. Autumn said, I am praying for your mom, G, that God removes every cancer cell from her and the cancer goes back to remission. Amen. Amen. So now we're talking about Kohberger and Liberty. You're welcome, Autumn. There is a disagreement amongst the families about Kohberger not testifying or saying why he did the killings, why he did the deletion. And we're talking about possible causes for people that are going to do stuff like this. And was he bullied by them? Did something happen in his life where he felt that it was the only way out? What occurred? What happened for him to do that? Was he trying to do the perfect crime? What was it? Now, that's what we're talking about, Liberty. Now it's 3. That is really heartbreaking, G. And also, yeah, I'm just telling Liberty. Scared. I'm telling Liberty, like, what we were talking about, like, because what the stream's about. But y'all can talk about whatever y'all want to. I really like the conversation, G. You just let out whatever you need to let out and let us know what's going on at any time. We're here for you. All right? Anytime you need to talk, we're here. And, all right, so going to the beginning of this article, I want to start from the top for the people that are just coming in. So, Diddy, the diddler, was denied bail. And we're going to go to Bryan Kohberger, who did today the plea deal. Scared. Yes, he had been overweight before. That's true. Bryan Kohberger admits to Idaho student murders as victims' families remain torn over the outcome. G said, same, please, anytime you guys need to talk, I am always here. Usually that's how it is. I'm the one who is shoulder for others. Now it's the other way around. Yeah. Yeah, and it's an honor, G, to be here for you. Because you've been there for so many other people. And also us in chat. Yeah, so now we're going to dive into this article and cover the whole situation. And here we go. Right here. In Boise, Idaho, for 30 months, Bryan Kohberger and his defense attorneys insisted on his innocence in the fatal stabbing of 4 University Idaho students in their campus home. But in a matter of minutes, Wednesday, in a packed courtroom roughly 30 miles from the horrific scene of the crime, everything changed. Fat kids get treated bad. It can break you. I know because I was a fat kid. Oh. Well, that was very evil of those people to do that to you. But Liberty, that's what we're talking about, that the bullying will cause people, although they shouldn't do those things, it will cause people to maybe want to do stuff like this. But in a matter of minutes, Wednesday, in a packed courtroom, roughly 30 miles from the horrific scene of the crime, everything changed. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Judge asked. Yes, Kohberger said. Yeah, right on, Liberty. Right. Quote, did you, on November 13, 2020, enter the residence of 1122 King Road in Moscow, Idaho, where the intent to commit a felony murder? Judge asked, yes. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? The judge asked. Kohberger said yes. It was the first time the public had heard directly from the lone suspect in a gruesome crime that shocked the nation. And it was to say what prosecutors had alleged all along. He did it. The remarkable change of plea hearing cements the deal that allows Kohberger to avoid the deletion penalty, the death penalty, and highly anticipated murder trial by admitting guilt in the charge of burglary and first-degree murder and the gruesome late-night deletion of Ethan Chapin, Zaina Kernoodle, Kaylee Goncalves, and Madison Mogen. The deal ends the tumultuous case that included a cross-country hunt for the suspect in a pre-trial legal battle that involved several attempts by the defense to have the charges dismissed or the deletion penalty taken off of the table. The announcement of the deal comes after several judges' ruling that would have narrowed the defense strategy and options at trial. As Kohberger, a 30-year-old former PhD student of criminology, confirmed his guilt to the state district judge, Stephen Hippler, one of the victim's family members silently wept as the other loved and listened intently. After the plea, prosecutor Bill Thompson delivered a lengthy outline of the evidence that would have been presented against Kohberger at trial, including the phone records that placed him near the victim's home, and an account of how he moved through the home that night of the deletion. He also revealed the prosecutors still do not know whether Kohberger entered the home with the intent of deleting the 4 students. Quote, "We will not represent that, and he intended to commit all of the murders that he did that night, but we know that it was resulted that he then deleted intentionally, willfully, deliberately, with premeditation, with malice, after afterthought. Madison Mogen, Kaylee Goncalves, and Ethan Chapin, and Zaina Kernoodle." Thompson said, appearing to choke up as he read their names. Thompson also nodded to Kohberger's deep fascination with criminal cases, as criminology student, saying that the defendant has studied crime. In fact, he did a detailed paper on the crime scene processing, and he had that knowledge and skill. Several key questions were left unaddressed, including what drove Kohberger to carry out the deletion, why he targeted the students, and why 2 other roommates were spared. All right. And the families of the victims, who have desperately awaited answers they believed would be revealed at trial, remain torn over the outcome of the deal. Mogen's parents have expressed their support. Her father, Ben Mogen, told the Idaho Statesman he viewed the deal of opportunity to avoid the pain and spectacle of a trial that focuses on healing. At least one parent, Steve Goncalves, told CNN that he felt blindsided by announcement which came just days after he and others loved ones had urged prosecutors to pursue the deletion penalty. And Goncalves' family members, in a statement Wednesday, said that they had expected more answers from Wednesday's hearing. G says, "Why didn't prosecutor just ask? I mean, what was he going to lose? Does he know Kohberger would have said, 'I won't respond'?" Yeah, I know. I think that I want to know this. Like, why didn't the prosecutor ask? You know what? I don't know. Maybe there was something going on between the defense and the prosecution, and maybe they didn't want a death penalty case. I don't know. Did the attorneys strike a very good deal? There is something that they weren't communicating, to the defense, to the families. Usually they tell the families. So yeah, I don't know. We have to see if we could find what all that is about. Let's see. Why prosecution? Why the prosecution? Let's see. Not tell. Exactly. Not tell families of murder of Kohberger murder about plea deal. Let's see if we can find anything. Yeah, the Gonclaves are beyond furious. Oh yeah, so I'm going to read this article from 2 days ago. It might shed some light on some things. I don't know. Let's see. Why Bryan Kohberger won't have to tell victims' families what happened. Bryan Kohberger accepted the plea deal. As a result, families may not get explanation of the killings, deletions. 4 Idaho college students were fatally stabbed November 13. Trial attorney Mercedes Clowen believes Bryan Kohberger acceptance of the plea deal is the deletion of the Idaho college students will likely rob victims' families of an explanation. And that's exactly what happened. Is that what he wanted? News Nation confirmed the prosecution had proposed dropping the deletion penalty in exchange for Kohberger 30 pleading guilty, commenting that the deletion and burglary charge. Something else that happened with Bundy. His attorney was able to get him a plea deal in all those different states. It is the same situation with Bundy. Bundy was going to get a plea deal in all the states if he pleaded guilty in the Florida trial. And he would have gotten life in prison. Okay, Liberty, understood. So maybe his attorney did something similar. Now, unlike Bundy, Kohberger accepted the plea deal, unlike Bundy. G said, but if he went to trial, he still didn't have to explain why. He didn't have to testify. Oh, okay. Well, there you go. Either way, he wouldn't have had to explain to them. Plea deal has angered the families, and one of the 4 victims, the family of Kaylee Gonclaves, said that Facebook, they were beyond furious, and the state of Idaho. Given Kohberger's acceptance of the deal, the families may never gain an understanding as to why he fatally stabbed the 4 college students at an office campus house near the University of Idaho in 2022. Quote, what allocation is generally is you've accepted this plea, you understand that you're going to be in prison for life. No explanation is needed, Colin said. It's going to be gut-wrenching because you're going to hear these parents whose children were slaughtered, and they're going to continue to live the nightmare, not knowing what their children were slaughtered. She said all they knew is that the man's life is spared and their children are deleted. Yes, G, from what I'm reading, they thought he was going to just go, you know what? I'm going to tell you all how I did it. He's going to get in the stand, and he's going to open up. That's what they thought, from what I'm reading. For all due respect to the parents. But yeah, it seems like they thought that he was going to spill the beans. In explanations provided to families, prosecutors said that while they felt very confident about the strength of the state's case, every trial carries inherent risks, including mistrial, hung juries, and could force families to endure the process again. The prosecution team argued that a month-long jury trial would impose, quote, an emotional, mental, financial, and physical toll on family, friends, and roommates of the victims without any certainty of outcome. They said in the plea deal would provide some measure of finality through Kohberger's admission of guilt. G said the guy was never going to do it. If he had the heart to tell people, he'd have had the heart to never delete and never kill. Yeah, exactly, G. Facts. This is the opposite of our will. Steve Goncalves, Callie's father, told News Nation Banfield on Monday evening in his first national interview since the plea deal reported there was no majority of victims' families believing that this was acceptable. Kohberger, 30, a former graduate and student in crime justice at Washington State University, faces murder charges for the deletions of Kernodle, Mogan, and Goncalves and Chapin, who were deleted in November 13, 2022. He pleaded not guilty. All right, so that is it for that article. Not really completely saying why prosecution did that. G said, I bet the remaining roommates was thrilled she won't have to testify. Be nervous looking at him in court. Oh, yeah, absolutely, because they're going to have to look at, you know, our boy right here, Bryan Kohberger. Let's see. Look at our bro right here. Let's see. Look at his eyes. You know, that was him in the court today. So those are just like listening. He has this, like his eye, he looks like enraged. Or just with like a really intense, menacing stare to him. And he does not look like a happy camper. So imagine like the people on the stand would have had to look at would have had to look at that. So basically I personally think that the eyes are windows to the soul, but we don't really know what he's thinking or why. You know, that is something else that we just don't know. Exactly. Exactly. And as I like to do the comparisons, let's see. Let's see, Ted Bundy, the classic one. So, we have Ted Bundy right here, and you see this guy. He has the same type of look in his eye as this other guy right here. They both have that look. It's like this guy has no emotion. I said Diddy, he may have been faking it, but this Diddy went on the floor. He had a full Sunday sermon, and he had fear. If Diddy was right or wrong is up for debate. If he was guilty or innocent is up for debate. But basically with Diddy had emotion. This guy has no emotion. Like, he's like stone cold. G said he's probably so mad at himself. The only thing that ties him to that at all is a knife sheath he forgot. Otherwise, no evidence. G says, I have one question, though. Do you guys not think it's very strange that you take a knife, a stab, and take the cover off and pull it and put it under someone's pillow? Why wasn't it off before he went in? Exactly, and an explanation about this is that, and also G says it seems so neat. Like, who puts a knife sheath under the body or pillow, or why it was placed down so odd. Yeah, now it's possible that he put it. It is possible. Like, I would say it would be better to keep it on you, but he could have taken it off, and he could have, like, done this, and he just placed it down, and he forgot about it. Because maybe I'd say he had problems taking the knife out the pocket, or he just was in the adrenaline mood, and he placed it down. You know, or maybe like what you're suggesting, that somebody could have planted it there, or you know, could have placed it there. Police could have placed it there. You know, it could have been anything. So it's possible that it's kind of strange. I agree. Now, if he did do it, he placed it there for some reason, in just the heat of the moment, or if he didn't do it, you know, maybe either somebody put it there to frame him, or somebody, which I don't think that's true, but, or some police put it in a certain spot for whatever reason. And G does not think it was planted at all. Okay. I don't think it was planted either. But my opinion is that he placed it there in the heat of the moment. Or maybe what you're suggesting, maybe he wanted to get caught. That's possible. Now, we know this from Bundy's case about that kind of bipolar or multiple personalities. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I think he did it too, just by looking at him. But I was just giving you hypothetical defenses that could have been argued about it. You know, hypothetically. So you and I both agree that he did it. Okay. So either he placed it there in the heat of the moment and he didn't think about it, or he wanted to get caught possibly. We know this from... And also G says, I just think maybe he left it to get caught because it makes no sense to walk in and remove it. Why wouldn't you walk in without it and a knife, not to risk more evidence? G, yeah, I understand what you're saying, and I agree. Now, when somebody's called the shark frenzy, which that's what Bundy did when he was in Chi Omega, the Chi Omega sorority house. Ted Bundy left all kinds of evidence around. He did things that were kind of sloppy. It's called being sloppy with it. Like, for instance, Bundy would have, he just smashed everybody and left. When you get in that, when he was in a frenzy, the adrenaline's pumping, he's relieving himself of these thoughts or whatever was wrong with him, and he, for whatever reason, took it off and took it out and placed it there, either by on purpose, like you're suggesting, or it was the heat of the moment. Like, you're not maybe thinking clearly, because a calculated person doing something, but he could have had some sort of a rage in him that he just didn't care at some point. He just was like, when like someone goes and deletes somebody, they just go in this like delete. They'll go on like a rampage. And so he may have not have been calculating it at that moment, or he could have been doing it on purpose to get caught. Maybe a part of him couldn't control himself, and he felt bad about what he was doing, so he placed the sheath there on purpose so he could get caught later. Like, he was like a Jekyll and Hyde. Like, Bundy, for instance, had this problem where allegedly he claims that a part of him was normal and a part of him was not normal. And Bundy went to Florida so he could get the death penalty. So a part of him did it on purpose to get caught. Maybe he had the same problem, or he's mimicking Bundy and doing things to get caught because a part of him feels he should be locked up. So it's possible he could have had like a mixed feelings about it, possibly. You know, or he just was in the heat of the moment and did something foolish. And G said, did Bundy study like this guy, or he was just cray-cray? Oh, Bundy was a law student, and Bundy was, he was a college student, and he did take a criminology course, but he was practicing law. He was going to be a lawyer. And he was also thought of about a future politician, and he worked with the Republican committee. He was involved with politics. He was a law student. He was clean cut. He was a lot like this guy. This guy's like the 2025 version of Bundy, definitely. So yeah, and he was sophisticated. He was articulate, well spoken, but nobody thought he did it because he was such a cool guy. But he had a side of him that wasn't right, because a lot of times they'll have this as a masquerade of what they're going to do. Like, they're going to try to use it as a cover. Right. And Bundy, his problem, I've done a lot of research on his problem, because I researched it. I'm not, as I said, chat, I'm not going to go do things like this, but I've studied a lot about criminology. Scared. And I remember learning about Bundy, like, when I was in high school. And basically with Bundy, his problem was he had an issue with he claims to have an issue with prawn that he got addicted to, that he couldn't control himself. And also, in addition to this, Bundy had a problem with a girl that he had in college early on that dumped him, and he felt very heartbroken, and he started going to the certain type of erotic material to relieve himself because he was very angry. And then he just and he was already psycho and sociopathic. So somebody like Kohberger and this other guy, they have these certain traits that they're more receptible to this than other people. Like, somebody could look at certain type of things and not do things that Bundy and Kohberger did. But it just, depends on the person. But if someone's, picked on and bullied, it causes them a problem. Bundy he did have a difficult home life in the very beginning, but he says that wasn't the reason for what he did. And he just, as I said, they already have something in them, a predisposition, in my opinion, but anybody could be turned crazy, especially if they're being bullied a lot, all right? But those, especially Bundy, they had something with them already where they had a predisposition in the right circumstances to become like this. Right, and people could be made into something like this if they're going through enough stuff. That's why discipline and self-hope and confidence is important for all people, because you never know what someone could turn into. All right, I'll read what you're saying. Yeah, you're right. Maybe he thought he was going to delete Mandy and wanted to sheath it back and leave it until he saw the friend who was in bed and had totally overwhelmed. I think you described is BK, Bryan K. He's part normal and smart, and other part is crazy and has issues. Correct. And while I didn't know that, thank you, and you better not, we don't want to sit through any of our trials. We all need to judge others and not each other. Yeah, I agree. And do you think when he called his dad in the morning that many times, and that 6 a.m., that he told his dad what he did? I agree, okay. So, G says, read that again. Do you think when he called his dad in the morning that many times at 6 a.m. that he told his dad what he did? Gee, that is very possible. That a part of him, and this is what happened with Bundy. So, with Bundy, I'll tell you all a very graphic story, so viewer discretion is advised. This is very disturbing. All right, so here we go. So, there's an incident with Bundy where he was with the Hawkins girl, and he, took her out to the woods, and she was just kind of like, "Are you supposed to help me study for Spanish?" And he, put her back unconscious. And then he did his evil thing, and then he woke up in the morning because he liked it. He liked them when they were not alive. That was when he really liked them, and it's very creepy, very creepy. And then he woke up, and he was in a rush, in a hurry, when he was at the crime scene. He was throwing stuff out the car, and he was panicking, and was like, allegedly, and felt very bad what he did. Then it would come back, and then he would feel the urge again even stronger. So there's a part of Bundy where he was like, he allegedly didn't want to do it and thought it was very bad. And then he went back into the trance, like Jekyll and Hyde, or think about a werewolf, or a vampire or something. Like Nosferatu from 79 is a very good example of where, like, the vampire didn't really want to do it, but he just couldn't help himself. It's kind of a similar thing. So Bundy had this thing where in the morning, or when he would get out of the trance, he would want to go and not do it anymore. So then he would come back. He described it like an addiction. So say someone's addicted to a drug, and they don't want to do the drug, they're going to get clean, but they go back into it and go back into it, and the addiction gets stronger and stronger until the point where you're doing crazy things that, it wouldn't satisfy it anymore. So that is an explanation where Kohberger may have been going through the same thing, where he may have been calling his father to say, like, "Oh, I did this horrible thing." That may be like why he was doing that. And he had a moment of clarity. And remember, when someone is angry, they're not in their right state of mind. When someone's in a shark frenzy, when anybody's angry at anybody, they're not in their right state of mind. All right? But when you're calm and you're back to normal, like when the adrenaline rushes over, you go back down. Then you go back to your normal senses. That's why the samurai suggested that you make a decision, especially this monk on YouTube talked about it from Asia, that when you're angry, make a decision when you're not angry. Because anger, like this guy could have been angry. He looks angry. So when you're angry, it's going to lead you for more angry things, and your thoughts become your actions. You got to be careful what's in your mind, because your thoughts become your actions. So I think he could have had a moment of clarity, possibly, and wanted to go snitch on himself. Then he snapped back into it. So that's very possible. And maybe he liked or related to Bundy. But unfortunately, he should have gotten the help that he needed. But I'm only speculating. I don't know anything about these kind of things. And he called him 3 times, right? Yeah, very early, and he must have told him what you are discussing with your dad 3 different times, and maybe the dad told him how to leave and what to do. It's possible that he did that. That's possible that he did that. Well, that's they can't control themselves. Exactly. They can't control themselves, and they lack impulse control. And they, especially with the socio-psychopathic people, if they're made that way, they become that way later, or they were born that way, they lack impulsive control. Yeah. I wish we knew if Kohberger wrote the girls are one of them and something happened on those social media messages, but if prosecution had it, they'd have said it, right? Gee, I think that if a trial happened instead, we would have known those things. Well, we never had a trial, so we will never know. If anything, Kohberger was real clever with, getting a plea deal, because he doesn't have to ever, people don't have to know what the truth was. And hey, I will say this, Bundy escaped prison twice. So hopefully this guy doesn't have an escape plan. Imagine if he breaks out of prison at some point. Kohberger on the loose. Scared. And yeah, it's possible that on social media or in person, he got a very bad message from somebody, from one of the girls, and he got angry. That is what happened with Bundy. In that situation also. So Yeah, he's smart enough to plot it. Yeah, so Bundy escaped twice. Yeah, and see, with Bundy, he didn't have any help from inmates. Bundy was in a time period when technology was different. So what Bundy did was he was in prison, and basically he dropped his weight, and basically he dropped his weight, and around Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, something like that. It was Christmas Eve. Everybody was celebrating Christmas, and he was in his bunk, and he stacked up all of his books on top of each other, and he cut a hole through the ceiling, and he went through the crawl space. He put on a sheriff's uniform and walked out the door. And he went across the country all the way to the northeast and the central part of the United States. Then he went down into Florida, where he did the Schwarzenegger sorority atrocity, and unfortunately was deleted a little girl too. So, and he watched the Rose Bowl while he was on the run, but he couldn't be obvious in the bar that he was in that he was, from Washington State. So that is, and then he escaped that's the first time, and then he, escaped the first time he escaped. I'm getting the times mixed up, but another time he escaped was when he was going to do his own defense. I think this was the first time in Colorado, and he was in a 2-story court building, and he got out and he dropped from 2 stories, and what this bro did was he limped off into the woods. He broke into a cabin and got some food and got a got a gun. And he was about to go into Canada, but this cold front came in, and he was forced back into the city. He was hungry, and he wanted to go back to civilization, and he turned himself in. And he just so he broke out 2 times. So Bundy was leading his own defense. He was able to go to a library, and when no one was looking, he jumped out the window. That would have shown motive if he got rejected. Yes, that is true. He might get his dad help him escape. Yeah, he might get his dad to help him escape. Now, Bundy did have outside help. I don't know much about it, but he allegedly had outside help getting out of prison. And, and Bundy's attorney was contacted when he was in Florida, and they didn't even know who he was exactly. So he was caught in Florida, and they were just like, we got this dude right here, and his name's Mr. Rosebud, and he knew who it really was. And he was in a dilemma that should he tell them that it was Bundy or not. But he has this loyalty to his client because attorney-client privilege. So he was contemplating it, but thankfully they realized it was him. So, and he said he was very evil. Now, when Bundy was about to be executed, he cried a lot, and people don't believe this, but I'll say allegedly he was remorseful about his actions, and he converted to Christianity again. But people don't believe that, and people think that he was trying to make propaganda to get out of prison, get off the death penalty, and trying to get, sympathies from religious people. But now I watched this movie about him from Netflix, No Man of God, and they were saying that there's a situation where he was actually converted to Christianity, and he was sorry, and he wanted to not get the death penalty. So he was like the Jekyll and Hyde thing at once. So both were true. I don't know what the truth is, only God does. But I take these snakes that we see in these trials with a grain of salt, okay? They're, I don't, wouldn't trust anything, but this is what happened, allegedly. But he allegedly converted back to Christianity. But, as I said, these people that do these things, anybody could probably turn into something like this under the right circumstances. For instance, like Dr. Dobson, who interviewed Bundy, was talking about how, the Nazis were what the Nazis did, how they did this stuff to the Jewish people, and I will also add to this what the communists did in Russia and China, and other movements, as well as fascism and Nazism. Fascism and communism to me are very similar. So what the communists and the fascists both did, a lot of genocide of innocent people. Like the royal family of Russia was murdered, and many churches were burned down, and they did evil things. And also, in the Nazis, of course, you know, they murdered 6 million Jewish people, and they treated people terribly, and very wrong what they did. And you know, Hitler tried to take over the world. So an example Dobson used was from like Nazism specifically, where they were conditioned and brainwashed to normalize gassing Jewish people and putting them in ovens, which is very horrendous. And also, I will add the communists in Europe that genocided the different people that they genocided, because I believe communism and Nazism are basically the same thing. So normal people turned into the psychos. So anybody could hypothetically be desensitized into doing stuff that they would normally wouldn't usually do. People that were in war in Vietnam, you know, say both sides. Respect to our veterans, shout out to them. And they were doing things, you know, on both sides. You know, you'll see people getting deleted, and you delete people, and the Vietnamese people themselves, all these different people through war do things that they probably wouldn't normally do. Like you say, for instance, a lot of veterans were talking about it, their experience, and that this one veteran had to go inside a home in the Middle East and delete one of the terrorists. But he was saying that if he met him in Paris, he probably would have been best friends with them. So people that would have been enemies could have been best friends. The war with Napoleon, where they had the Napoleonic Wars, the war between France and England, you know, they would have been best friends. So I think that people could be put in scenarios where they would do something you normally would not do. Hurricane Katrina, people turned into savages and people were getting deleted everywhere. It was crazy. So natural disasters too. So anybody could turn into this. But with the socio and psychopathic people, psychopathic, sociopathic people, two different things, by the way, in the dark triad, some of them are born with something, some of them are made into something. They lack empathy, compassion, remorse, regret. And I think our society in general is going down that path. Politically and religiously, I think there's a schism that is people are lacking empathy for each other. Right. So let's say and basically with these certain scenarios that happen, you will have people that will already were evil. Like Abby was mentioning, that there's evil people that are just going to do it anyway, that they just want to delete people anyway. So I think with this scenario, it is extremely important to remember that there are people that are born with it, that are going to do it anyway, or had a predisposition more than someone else to do it. Like, say, somebody could watch, you know, some prawn or look at some violent video game and not do anything, or be bullied like Eric and Dylan were and not do anything. But certain people might have a predisposition than others. Like, some people could drink alcohol and not get, you know, become an alcoholic, and others might become an alcoholic. So it just depends on the the person and the situation. It just all depends. And we all have a free will. We all know right from wrong, and we all have a choice at the end of the day to do the right thing or the wrong thing. And we all, good or bad that happens, is all our fault. Either way. So I would prefer people to take the high road and be the best person you can be, and not go down the path that these individuals went down. You know, so that's like, I did YouTube, I did all kinds of things, and, you know, you all are here with me. So I'd rather people be more, you know, into doing things to change the world to be a better place, rather than causing it all to burn down. So that is a winded explanation about this situation. I fully agree people lack serious empathy for others. And yes, I agree a situation scenario where people react truly horrendous. Yeah, I think both are true. I did not know any of that. Thank you, G. Beautiful sentiment. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so, and I've been angry. I've been, you know, had anger. I've had relationships that didn't work out. I've had some girls that were kind of, I wasn't interested in, that weren't nice to me, or people that I was interested that just didn't work out. And I felt anger too. I felt upset too. I felt angry, but I put my anger into something productive. I felt angry like this guy did. I don't want to go and delete people like this guy did, though. But I felt angry about something not working out, or someone told me something that isn't nice, or whatever. But I don't go and do something crazy to people. I aim that energy into something productive. And I also want to say that, you know, sometimes people want to delete themselves or other people, and they want to take the world down with them. So I say you got to just go and be a productive member of society and not do stuff like that. Because, as I said, like a lot of people that people look up to have been through a lot of hardships. You know, they're world leaders, people in history, kings and queens in history. They went through hardships, and hard times make strong people. You could make it could make you stronger. It's fuel. Like when you're very angry, it's your fuel. You could stay up all night, and you can build something great. You could, make yourself a good living. You could do something to change the world. You could help make it a better place. You won't be rotting in a prison cell somewhere, or having people being deleted, or make everybody alive around you. So I think that is a better option to do. Like, say if someone is going to take risks. Kohberger could have taken risks and done something great with his own thing. He could have used his abilities that were something bad to something good. He could have used his impulsive behavior to take a big risk to better himself, make something great out of it. Like make a business or do YouTube or whatever people want to do. So he could have been an athlete. He could have done all kinds of things. So, and one thing from the Bundy movie was that there was a lot of crimes that he said he could have solved. And Bundy was very good at solving crimes. He had a talent for that. But he could have been a detective. He could have been a politician. He could have been a lawyer like Bryan Steele. He could have made this he could have been still alive today doing great things. But he chose a bad path. Shout out to Mary Toodles. And also, and the thing is that also lose their own lives. Now, Bryan can't do anything. He's lost his own life behind bars, deleted 4 people, and gained nothing. G said, yes, of course, it's normal to get upset and sad, but we all go through it. And what did that angered him? He literally just lost his own freedom. Yeah, exactly. Because, again, the lack of impulse control. The lack of empathy and the overconfidence to think that he was going to beat them. Yeah, shout out to Mary Toodles. Chat's saying hello. And yeah, remember, if one girl doesn't like him or anyone, unless you live to see another day, how do you know another person won't want you? God's time, not ours. Amen. There's many fish in the sea. There's different strokes for different folks. There's all kinds of different people can go with. And there's somebody for everybody. And some people like cake. Somebody may not like cake. Everybody has their own different taste. So everybody has their own preferences. So he could have found someone else, and he was a clean-cut, cool-looking dude. I mean, he could have gotten somebody eventually. And he could have worked on himself and improved, but now it's all lost. So, like what they say in Star Wars, that anger leads to hate, hate leads to and hate leads to suffering. And so the Sith have some good ideas with passion gaining strength, but the Sith by itself, you get this guy on the screen. Like, I'm serious here. Like watch this. Like, we're gonna go to, let's go Darth Vader eyes. All right. Let's see. Mustafar. Y'all already know this, but oh my goodness. I have to go with his other name. You see, like this guy right here? Yeah, he is not bad looking. Yeah, Kohberger is not bad looking at all. That's true. Alright, so you basically have, like, this guy here, Anakin Skywalker, right? Look at his eyes. Look how, like, crazy he looks. Like this guy right here. Yeah, Bundy did smile. Yeah, he did. And, yeah, Bundy did smile, but he did it, like, when my friend and I were talking about it, well, let's take me over here because I'm blocking the way. Okay, there you go. Yeah, with him, he smiled and showed emotion. Partially, maybe he felt it a little bit, and also was part of a deception he was doing also. Because when someone smiles and frowns and makes faces, you can kind of tell that they're good at, like, acting. But, right. Right. And then, like, this is Anakin, and that is him. See, they had that same look. So, the eyes are the windows to the soul. And, the sound, like the Bible says, a sound eye is a sound sight. And it's like a lantern. You don't want to put a lantern under something. You want to put the light where everybody can see it. Yes, yeah, Bundy was very good at, like, masquerading and acting. There's a picture of Bundy where he got a mugshot, and he was very, very creepy looking. He had a creepy smile on his face. It was just disturbing. Yeah, and it is very, exactly. So that is basically the dynamic of how this stuff works. My theories about them, yeah, definitely agree. Yeah, certainly. And I think that it is certainly, yeah, because I said those eyes are just not nice. Those eyes are not nice. Scared. Right, the light where everyone can see it. And, imagine seeing that guy at night, late, somewhere in an alley. I mean, yeah, it's very evil eyes. He looks like he's about to go, he looks like somebody's going to go delete somebody, definitely. Here, yeah, so yeah, and that is like my position on Kohberger, and just an explanation about that kind of stuff, and also with Combs, with we talk about the Combs trial, and say like Combs earlier, Diddy sketch. This was Diddy earlier. In the courtroom. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, so Combs could get up to 20 years, but he likely will serve about 1 to 7 years, allegedly. His sentencing is, I'll explain right now. It's in October 3rd, I believe. I want to make sure. Going down the list. Bail's denied. It's down here. It's right here. It's right here. October 3rd. And also there's going to be a hearing on the 5th of July. I think they said. Or the 8th of July. Yes, correct. A Frico is not a Rico. Someone who has a shirt that says that. Alright, we're almost done here. Yeah, and on the 8th of July, there's going to be a hearing about this whole thing. And he said to the family he loves them all and stay strong. Yeah, he was crying, laying on the chairs, and he was praying and acting like a Sunday sermon. Oh yeah, he was with the verdict, like you see like he's doing that right there. He started crying and laying on the chairs and thanking God. And I will say during his trial he's prayed a lot and his family's prayed a lot. As I said, if he has really been saved, I hope that he can see what he did wrong and change and not do that again. And the reason why he's doing that is because he was emotional today. He crumbled and he won the floor too, because of what he did, of getting out of it. This is the other day when he was frightened about the situation from yesterday. He had fear in his eyes, and his attorneys were comforting him. So yeah, he showed emotion, allegedly. Kohberger doesn't show any emotion. That was him kind of like showing his family the heart thing, and the different scenes from the trial. All right, and that's even those freak whatevers. What Christian behaves like that? Yeah, yeah, I know. It was very dramatic. It was very dramatic, and he made a big scene, and he was very glad about the verdict. And he told, this is the remark that he said. Amen, Autumn. I agree. Amen. Combs tells his family, I love you all, be strong. And following his bail hearing, Sean Diddy Combs faced his family and told them, we're going to make it through this. I'll see you all when I get out, he added. Combs blew his kisses to the rows and courtroom filed with his family and friends. I love you all, he said. Be strong. Just before being led out to the courtroom and back into detention, I love you all, Mom, he says. Yes, G, let's all pray that he is a changed man. Amen. He'll get his life back, Combs' attorney tells his supporters. After Judge left the bench, defense attorney Mark Agnifilio turned to Sean Diddy Combs' supporters, and he told them the United States District Court for Southern District, New York, never loses racketeering cases. He told them that the Combs showed up and he wasn't afraid, and he'll get his life back, Agnifilio said. Yeah, amen. So, his reaction, and also when Combs reacted when the judge denied his bail, his eyes got kind of wide, and the bail was denied. Let's see. And yeah, so they just don't completely trust him. Some people don't trust him. And the Combs family was there to see the trial. So yeah, sentencing outside the courtroom is a spectacle and a circus. It was a spectacle and a circus. It was. I remember this morning when we're watching it. It was certainly a spectacle out there. Absolutely. And Autumn said he always beating someone up and getting away with it. Steve Stout, Drake, and also someone in his son's football game. Yeah. He's got to control his temper. He's got to really control his temper. All right. And this is the moment when Sean Diddy Combs found out the verdict. And there you go. Yeah, that is where they returned the verdict, and he was just like on the ground. He was praying. He was freaking out. All right. That's crazy, Autumn, especially if you have a mother who is alive. When you misbehave, you ask yourself if your mother would be humiliated or proud. Usually boys love their mamas. And G said, why live this life? Why can't we both? One person, why do you need 16 men in a hot tub to do gross things all together? Yeah, I know. It's like, basically, yeah, I know. It's just the freak offs are insane. Yeah. complex nature relationship is likely what jury got hung up on, legal experts say. All right, it says that complex nature of Combs' relationship is what jury got hung up on. The case of Sean Diddy Combs was very complex, and it's possible that the jury got hung up on a certain criteria in determining racketeering and conspiracy and sex trafficking charges. Elliot Williams, former Deputy Assistant Attorney General, said, on racketeering conspiracy, it might have been hard for the jury to determine correctly if an enterprise exited. Williams explained. I heard he used to get mad at his mom and curse at her. This was a long time ago, though. His dad was passed away when he was 3. Unfortunately, became the man of the house at a young age. Oh, okay. I mean, he's a star, and his reputation, everyone will know about it. Autumn. Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Thank you. And he continued, much of the commentary has been both quite challenging to establish the racketeering conspiracy. On the sex trafficking, the biggest problem is that it comes up on the sexual assault harassment cases all the time. In this question, consent, survivor of the victim, and the text messages that came into the court were very good, the prosecution said. Quote, there were complex, fraught, ugly, violent relationships, but also in which, yes, they were consensual relationships, and I think the jury got hung up on that, Williams said. Combs' sentence could be realm of time served also. Let's see. Baby oil sprayed into the crowd outside the courthouse. Some people gathered outside the courthouse. The Sean Diddy Combs verdict were spraying baby oil into the crowd. Remnants of the oil could be seen on the courthouse pavement. Combs alleged to use of baby oil during the freak-offs fueled these activities. Yeah, so shout out to the baby oil. It was baby oil day today. All right, and Ventura's lawyer rejects calling her a winner after Combs' verdict, citing years of abuse. Casey Ventura lawyer Douglas Wigdegor, responding to the comments made by Sean Diddy Combs' defense attorney Mark Agnifilio, who characterized Ventura as the winner in this case after she secured multi-million-dollar settlement following her 2023 lawsuit against Combs. So she doesn't think she's a winner. Sean Combs stands before this court as convicted felon of 2 crimes, Casey Ventura's lawyer tells the CNN. And it says the crimes deeply scars the victims. Combs has won for all partial purpose with the verdict, CNN senior legal analyst says. No, Liberty, they don't. I told you the victims are very upset about this. Very upset. And this is how Combs reacted when the verdict was read. Sean Diddy Combs was sitting with his hands clasped in his lap when reading the verdict began. When not guilty was announced for the racketeering conspiracy charge, he put his head in his hand. He did a stubble fist pump when not guilty was announced for the second of the sex trafficking and the last moment of serious charges to be read. When deputy polled the jurors about whether the verdict read in court was correct, Combs craned his neck and looked at them. After the defense attorney, Mark Affilio, argued in favor of releasing Combs prior to the sentencing, the judge asked, Mr. Combs does not want to go back to MDC, a reference in New York Metropolitan Police Center. Combs vigorously nodded and his head and said no and made prayer hands. So that was his reaction to it. And yeah, so it was basically a spectacle outside. I remember like this morning when I saw it, it was like a lot of people out there. All right, and that is the Diddy update. All right, October 3 is when his sentencing happens, and on the 8th they will do a liberation. They'll do a hearing about this. All right, chat, and let's go over here. We've been streaming for 4 hours. That's pretty cool. All right, so the stream is over with now. I want to thank all of you for spending time with me and hanging out with the chat and talking about these important topics. I thank all of you for being here, and this was a wild day at the zoo court. Wild day today, and thank all of you for being here, and have a very good evening, and peace.